Good evening, everyone, good afternoon, everyone. I'll call this meeting to order at 4 p.m. by recognizing the traditional keepers of this land and specifically our neighbors of the Alderville First Nation with a formal territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the municipality of Brighton is located on the Mississauga and Anishinaabe territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississauga. The Council of the Municipality of Brighton respectfully acknowledges that the Mississauga nations are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. We move to the approval of the agenda with a motion moved by Deputy Mayor Anderson, seconded by Councillor Fredis. The Council approved the June 29th, 2023 Special Council agenda as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. Are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? And if so, please state the general nature thereof. There are none noted. First item of business is the Main Street Watermain reconstruction. Mr. Gooding, we've read your report. Do you have anything to add or highlight, sir?
No, we do not.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Butwell, seconded by Councillor Fredis, that Council award the Main Street Watermain reconstruction contract to QBT Excavating Services Limited in the amount of $3,621,923.23, inclusive of 15% contingency and the expense portion of the HST. Is there any discussion? Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. John, I'm just wondering, the pipe that you're replacing, is the new one going to be of a larger diameter than what's already there?
Through the mayor to council, yes. And just to give a little background, is we reached out to our modeling consultant and looked at our growth area, what sizing we need, and what's the max potential we can get out of this main, and that's how we determine the size.
Any other questions or comments? Councillor Wright.
There we go. I'm just looking at the two vendors that submitted and just wondering, was there anything like outstanding that made for such a difference in the fees?
Mr. Gooding.
So Bain Construction wanted to do it in 1 year. QBT offered it in 2. And I think the additional time frame we're allowing them. So we're going to phase it in the in the fall, or starting, we'll say in August. And then it would pick up again in the spring. So whatever section they do this year, they have to have the road restored. It's not going to be left in construction state over the winter. And then spring they pick up and do the next second phase of that. And I think that's where the savings was. But I mean, it's competitive bidding too. So just competition between the two.
Anything further? Significant funds from our federal and provincial friends as well. So good project, and thankfully we're getting it underway. This is the when we applied for this funding, this is the show and tell that the then Director of Public Works and I went to the MP with, and we took about a 2 meter long piece of crumbling cast iron pipe to the MP's office, and I didn't know whether he was going to gasp or just hand us over the money right away, but he certainly saw the need, and so did both our provincial and federal counterparts. So that's good. Any further discussion? All in favor? There being none opposed, that motion's carried. You don't need the bylaw? Yeah. This takes us to the bylaw to execute this agreement. It's moved by Councillor Fredis, seconded by Councillor Wright. The council gives a bylaw its first, second, and third reading and finally passes on this date. Being a bylaw to authorize the mayor and the clerk to execute an agreement between the Corporation of the Municipality of Brighton and QBT Excavating Services Limited for the PW 2023-10 Main Street Watermain project. Is there any discussion? All in favor? Are there any opposed? Motion's carried. And we have no one in the gallery to ask any questions, and there's no one on Zoom to ask any questions. Brings us to our closed session. Motion is moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Fredis, that council resolve itself into closed session June 29th, 2023 at 4:05 PM. Pursuant to the Ontario Municipal Act, R.S.O 2001 is amended, subsection 239(2)B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, specifically the appointment of a committee board member. Is there any discussion? We'll just note before we do go into closed officially that the clerk is working on new protocols that she will provide to council with regard to changing our procedures and practices in closed session. Until council has had a chance to digest those and agree to them, we will continue to carry on as we have in the past. Is there any further discussion on this motion? Those in favor?
Wow. Good. Kids win their soccer game? Oh, that's good. That's good, yeah. He does, yeah. Right. Yeah. It wasn't too bad last night. I thought it would be bad.
You know, it was great until about 7:30. I was over at the Memorial Park there, just around 7:30. Just didn't come in.
Is that right?
Yeah, when I went to the stage, it was about looking up to the Sanford Street towards Pond. I was sitting there and seeing it open. It was really amazing. Just to see them in.
Hey, Linda.
And they're originally from money, so they're.
My brother can go.
They had these sort of.
I have a brother who lives in Calgary. And I have a sister who lives in BC. Yeah. That's Calgary, that's in there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It could change really quickly.
Yes, yes. I guess this is first in there. You
want to see something?
No.
Sorry, I couldn't give you guys a day.
How does that? Should, I'll ask that.
I will have to, I guess.
It says preview, but I don't know how I can see it unless it's in the break. Well, she's tagged us this year. I didn't get it. I turned my phone off.
In a meeting.
Yeah.
There's supposed to be for.
Okay. I'll send it to you. Yeah. I will send it to you.
It says what's up on it, by the way.
I grew up in Burn. That's right. And I'm right here in Stockton. A lot of that.
I didn't see this one. I didn't see that one.
So I send it out.
Just came in at 1:14.
Oh,
Almost saw this one.
I sent it when you guys were having lunch.
Okay. Are you?
Jeffrey. Good. You're on for 3. Okay, we're gonna come forward. No, you did good. We're not gonna. We just. My doctor. Well, there's that. There was a copy reference. So I thought that's.
Are you calling online?
Right,
Maybe.
right.
You want to face the friend list?
Hi, you planning this out? No.
She's.
Yeah, it's basically.
Really.
Shop.
That's exactly it. You never know.
Corner of Main and Rundle. Yep. Those 2 buildings, we did the zoning amendment for. Yeah, and then,
Which is really.
it's kind of interesting with the twists and turns on the development charges. Because now with apartments, rental apartments, you have to, when you give them a discount. To transition that over time.
All right, everybody, it's 4:34 or so. I'll call this meeting to order by recognizing the traditional keepers of this land and specifically our neighbors of the Alderville First Nation with a formal territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that the municipality of Brighton is located on the Mississauga and Anishinaabe territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississauga. Council of the Municipality of Brighton respectfully acknowledges that the Mississauga nations are the collective stewards and caretakers of these lands and waters in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and integrity for generations to come. So I will note this is a committee of the whole meeting, which means things are a little bit more relaxed than a more formal council meeting. They'd normally be chaired by the deputy mayor per our procedure by law. Deputy Mayor Anderson has declined to chair this meeting, and so I will be staying in the chair for this strategic planning session. So with that, I'll ask for a motion to approve the agenda, which is right here in front of me. It's moved by Councillor Rowley, seconded by Councillor Wright. The June 29th, 2023 Committee of the Whole Strategic Planning Meeting agenda be approved as presented. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion's carried. Members of council, are there any declarations of pecuniary interest? And if so, please state the general nature thereof. None noted. We have no delegations this evening. Director Whitfield, do you see any citizens' comments in the box? There are none noted. So that takes us to the report, which has been prepared for us for purposes of discussion by the CAO. But I think CAO, unless you have anything very specific you'd like to start with, we'll simply open the floor and begin our discussions. You okay with that? Okay. So I would encourage council and staff as a whole to please engage in these discussions. We're looking for everybody's input as we endeavor to hit key goals for the coming term of council. So the CAO was good enough to take some of the strategies, some of the goals that were labeled through the various sessions and various requests from the strategic plan review team and place them into the same format and similar framework as our last strategic plan. think the best way to go will be to, well, let's open the floor and have a general discussion. See what everybody's thoughts are, and then we'll go through the individual goals and see if we can set some priorities for the municipality. But Councillor Freitas.
Through the chair, thank you. I think you've just kind of anticipated my question. First, I wanted to say to CAO and staff, this is a very significant list, and it certainly covers all the bases. Congratulations, you did a great job. But my question was going to be, is it possible perhaps to prioritize each area so we had a 1, 2, 3 ranking so we could crystallize our focus?
I think that's where we want to get to, if not even more granular by the end of tonight's session. So that's why we called it early and asked for dinner to be brought in because we thought we might be here. Any other general discussion before we start digging a little deeper? The only thing I would suggest, and I'm looking to council to see if you would agree with this comment, is that when we finalize this, rather than having the goals set out in the columns, in the strategies, the global strategies that were based on the last strategic plan, that we use the headers that Jenny's report, Ms. White's report provides for us, starting on activity 7. So, for example, the first is health and health services, rather than whatever we've got in ours. So just to align with the work that's been done in the background, the work that was done with the folks who showed up to the various sessions, I think it would be helpful to align our strategies with the strategies that were set out there. I'm looking for feedback on that, if council agrees or not.
Thank you, Mayor. I really appreciate that because it will help residents to see that their input was valued and included very explicitly, rather than in a roundabout way.
Good. Any other discussion? Okay. So we want to get into the nitty-gritty here. Start going through. So let's flip over to page 1. Currently says corporate strategies, complete statutory mandates, and review, implement past plans. And I'm not sure where it will land in the new columns, but we'll sort that out, or we'll ask staff to sort that out as we get through. Update the asset management plan with defined levels of service. The responsible department would be Public Works and Finance. Comments, questions? Councillor Wheeldon.
I understand that the asset management plan requirements are changing to include natural assets, but that is limited to natural assets on municipally owned properties. I think this is a great opportunity for us to get an inventory of natural assets within Brighton as a whole, rather than just on properties that we own, which I understand is a larger project, but I think certainly worthwhile.
Should that be a separate strategy rather than incorporating it into the legislatively required asset management plan?
It very well could be, and I think that it will come up again later in the climate and sustainability section. Just a further comment that these categories are artificial and there's going to be overlap all over the place.
Yes. All right, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Have the departments been involved in, have they seen this prior to tonight?
I believe this was socialized with senior staff.
Okay, so when we say that public works will be responsible for this, they've already accepted that ahead of time.
Yes,
Okay,
Public Works has already said, yes, if this is a strategy that council needs on their strategic plan, we will be the responsible department. They've
So
already.
we've got, not that I doubted it, but there was any doubt, but we have commitment all the way from here on in.
What you see written here has already been endorsed by staff.
Perfect,
The only thing council needs to do is decide what the priorities are
perfect.
and what the dates should be. So with Councillor Fredis's comments in mind, perhaps we can just for now rank each one high, medium, or low priority, and then come back to that because we'll need to sort that through as well. Because not everything, I know this can be a tough one, not everything can be a high priority. Believe it or not. Councillor Wielder.
Looking at these, it does seem that a comprehensive official plan review would actually include a great number of the other things mentioned throughout this list. Or at least be at the very least tangentially connected to them. And so in that sense, it seems like it is a large overarching project that is by nature high priority, but not necessarily one that we can easily put a fast timeline on because it really would take up the whole rest of the plan.
Right. Director Walsh, when are we required to do, under the legislation, when are we required to do a OP review or update?
Sure. Under section 26 of the Planning Act, we're required to undertake a comprehensive update to the official plan and have it completed within 2 years of the county official plan, which is quite honestly unrealistic time frame, really. But with efforts to keep it simple, I think we might get thereabouts. But it's a 2-year mandated time frame under the Act.
And remind me, when's the county of OP?
Well, it was supposed to be done into this year. So, but with all the changes to legislation and with new PPS now, I'm not sure what time frame they're really looking at. But they have completed a lot of work on it. So I think it won't be too much beyond this time frame.
So in theory, we should have a deadline of the end of 2025.
25 or 26. So if they have it done by the end of this year, then in 2 years, we should have that done. So it'd be 26.
So January 1, 2026 should be your deadline, theoretically.
Yeah, theoretically.
And knowing, I mean, we all know these things are moving targets, and in 2 years, we'll revisit this and rejig those targets based on reality. So based on that discussion, I'm going to write in January 1, 2026 for undertaking a comprehensive official plan and review and zoning bylaw update. So let's go back up to the top. Update asset management plan with defined levels of service. Excuse me. Is that a high, medium, or low priority? And I guess I'd ask the directors of Public Works and Finance where they see this.
Our asset management plan was just updated, but it didn't have all of the levels of service. We're working toward that now, though. So it's going to be something of our priority to make sure that we have that levels of service done, I would say by the end of next year.
So if I put January 1st, 2025, you think that's realistic? And the development charges study, Director?
That development charges study will be due and must be complete by September the 3rd, 2024.
See, so some of these things are decided for us, right? At the end of the day. Identify and enhance facility accessibility. I'm looking to the Public Works and Clerk's Office to tell us if work is underway. If so, is there a defined timeline? If not, is this a high, medium, or low priority? Okay.
I would say that it's a high priority. Currently, the province is holding us to be ready and accessible by 2025 is the standard currently set.
The beginning of 2025?
Yeah.
Okay, so January 2025.
Mhm.
So far, the province is setting our strategies for us just fine. Thank you. So develop a list of natural assets throughout the community. Councillor Wielden, is that something we should talk about now, or do you want to chat about that at another point?
Sorry, which page is this?
I'm not. I've written
Okay.
that down from your comments.
Yeah, so I'm happy to talk about that. The general gist of creating an asset map is that when we think of assets, we are sort of trained to think about the things that the municipality owns and the human resources that we have on staff and the resources we can leverage from the province. But the reality is that at a neighborhood level, there are all sorts of assets in our community. The skills, passions, efforts of residents are actually, they're quite capable, and they're quite capable of providing a lot of the quality of life that they want and expect. And in fact, they do provide a lot of that quality of life and standard of living in Brighton, but they do it in a way that is unrecognized by our municipal system. And so by developing an asset map of our community, we can see not only what is it that the municipality is doing to improve quality of life in Brighton, but also what is everybody else doing? And by having that, we will then be able to better ask the question, what is it that a municipality can do that residents cannot do for themselves? And what are areas that we're currently trying to do something that maybe we shouldn't? Maybe we should step back and say, you know, residents are actually capable of caring for each other in this way, or doing things for themselves in this way, and the municipality sometimes actually just gets in their way. And this is theory of asset-based community development. Currently, the Sustainability Committee is reading the book called The Connected Community, which is all about asset-based community development. And it's actually found from studies all over the world that this approach leads to more engaged and connected communities with higher quality of life, higher satisfaction, higher citizen or resident participation, and just overall better outcomes. So it's something that I'm trying to internalize in my own approach to what is it that we can do better as a municipality. And there's a big push across the county for this as well. There's been reading groups of these books across the county. And one of the authors is actually coming to Coburg next month. So if anybody wants to come, I have an invite. I have an in for you to a breakfast meeting about that. But in terms of what it takes to actually create an asset map, it would take resident engagement initiatives, not unlike what we had with the strategic planning. Just to ask people, you know, what is it that you bring to your community? What are you willing to do? And we often see things like comments in the Brighton, Ontario residents page about, oh, Brighton should do this. Why don't we have that? And if you ask people, are you willing to do it? Generally, they have the attitude that it's our job to provide things for them. And I came across this with the issue of community gardens. And people said, oh, why doesn't Brighton have community gardens? This other town has community gardens, and I've heard about them over there. And wouldn't that be a wonderful thing to have? And so I actually made a group for all of these people and invited them to a Facebook group and said, all right, I'm here to help you discuss how you're going to create community gardens together. Because if the municipality creates them and nobody shows up to weed them or plant them, then they'll just be a dirt pile, a municipally funded dirt pile. And nobody responded. And so how do we take people from the place where they see us as providing things for them in sort of a consumerist mindset of we pay taxes, therefore the municipality does X for us, to the municipality is one of the ways that we can work together as a community, but there are other ways too. And we see that in general, associations are declining in society. All of these service clubs are shrinking and dying out, as their members do, unfortunately. Churches are dealing with the same phenomenon, and people aren't joiners in the way that they used to be. And so the question is, what impact is that having on community? What level does community reside at? Is it a municipal function? Not actually. Institutions cannot be a proxy for real community. So that's the intended approach here. And I'm sure that the same dozen people will show up who always show up, but it's a start. And to be able to say, these are, even just to have a list of, these are the service clubs that are active in our community, and these are the things that they're doing. And maybe how do we get them to partner with each other so that they can complement each other's efforts rather than duplicate them? What other ways that we can facilitate these kinds of associational level or neighborhood level actions, maybe just by providing free access to space for our service clubs or something like, along those lines. How can we facilitate people doing things for each other rather than trying to do everything for them, if that makes sense?
I think it makes a ton of sense. The big bad government, no matter how small it is, shouldn't be doing all the things, and doesn't necessarily do them the most efficiently sometimes. And it's better to have community volunteers doing the things they think the community needs for themselves and for others around them, than having yet another department of the municipality engaging in that. Deputy Mayor.
Well, very good, Jeff. That sums it up pretty good, but I'll sum it up a little better, a little different, not better. I think what residents are looking for, and the election is a prime example. They're looking for leadership. They're looking for leadership from us. Take all that information that you just presented there, all the information that we're working on tonight for the strategic plan, and it's our leadership, if it's correct, and I think it will with this council, to come up with that plan over the next 5 years, 4 years, that we address that. And you're right, there's a lot of factors. There's cost being one of the major factors that we see. I see, and there's a lot of things that we could do for our community, and are being asked to do. I don't know about the gardens, but that would be rather simple compared to some cost wise to some of the things they're being asked. But if we don't take some risk sometimes, and we don't take the step forward to achieve some of these, it'll be on our strategic plans for another 20 years. Like there are some items in the plan that just keep getting set aside because they're not priorities and they're costly, and we need to figure out sometimes ways. And that's how you ask what the neighbors are doing. The neighbors are taking some risk, and you're seeing some growth, economic growth, and we saw that today. Economic growth that's coming, paying big money, tax money. We're not going to be getting big box stores. It's not something that I want either. Big manufacturers, but until we see some growth in some of those areas, we're going to always be a residential town, and the housing will be our forte, and we won't be able to do a lot of those things. So, what do people want? What makes their lifestyle better? I think, health services is probably the priority right now. And once you get through that, if we ever get through that, what do we move on to? And we have the recreation task force. Great idea. I think we've got there's a good plan there, but there's a lot of risk in some of that. And those are things that we should be thinking about. Where are we going with those two? So what do people want? They're counting on us to have listened to them. And now it's time for us to take the risk and act for them. Pick one priority maybe and go with it.
So is the goal to develop a community asset map?
Yes, and then to be able to have it as a resource. Now, we did get a start on that through the strategic plan public engagement, and I just have half typed an email because some members of council mentioned that they did not get that data when we passed around the strategic plan report, the formal report. So I'm going to pass that link around because it does have in there a spreadsheet that includes people wrote out what are the assets that Brighton already has. And there's, of course, all the service clubs listed on there, but there's also natural assets. There's expertise from the community. There's things that people would volunteer to do. It's already started.
So is this a high, medium, or low priority for council?
I think that it needs to be part of a broader approach to public engagement. I know the planning department is looking at reviewing the public consultation approach, and the clerk's department is looking at the procedural bylaw. So there's an opportunity to reflect asset-based community development principles in the way that we engage with the public more broadly. And this would be a small part of that. I would say this is not a high priority in the sense that there's no deadlines attached to this. It's a nice to have for empowering the community.
Councillor Fredis.
To the chair, thank you. I'm wondering if there's a way of using some of the advisory committees as an outreach to encourage that resident participation, build that volunteerism, that sense of community. It does two things. It gets them involved, and it relieves staff of the burden of trying to do this, but it may require a slight tweaking in the terms of reference for advisory committees to allow them to reach out to residents and talk to them about things. Is that a possibility?
I think that's entirely up to council at the end of the day. If that's the path we go down, then yes, it is a possibility. Councillor Wilden.
Thank you. The approach to this is generally it works best if it comes from residents to residents. So I like your impulse to go to the advisory committees because that's where residents are most engaged in municipal processes. And so I think that's the kind of thing that any resident of Brighton is free to do. Maybe not even in an official capacity. I think many of the approaches to asset-based community development is just looking at where do we as a municipality, as an institution, step back rather than try and push a program of some sort onto any residents. And so I think that's a conversation that every committee can have. And if people are inspired by it, for us to just look for ways to support and empower them. And in many cases, we already have committees, we already have grants and aid, we already have ways for people to access resources that we can offer them, but we're not necessarily engaging with them in a way that that reflects that mindset. And so I think it's more, I'm not sure there's too much that we have to do as a municipality other than to be aware of ways that we can support people when they're trying to do stuff, and to find places where we can encourage people. Hey, I saw you on Brighton, Ontario residents page asking for this, that, and the other thing. Let's have coffee and talk about how you can achieve that rather than us doing it for you. Well, if that ends the conversation, then it shows that there's more work to be done in terms of people often feel disempowered. They feel like we 6, 7 are the only ones who have a voice. And we have a lot of work to do as the go-betweens between residents and the municipality, to educate them on how processes work, to educate them on where they can raise their voice, where they can organize things outside of the municipality, and then do what we can to create space for them to exercise that ability. Because really people don't do these things because they feel like they're not allowed. They feel like they're not professional enough. They feel like it's not their job and it's someone else's job. They feel like it's not their place to even say anything most of the time. When we hear 10 people say it, well, 100 people thought it and didn't think to raise their voice. So it's going to be a very much a long-term project to change that mindset. But to be able to have even just a page on our website that says, these are some of the people who are doing great things in Brighton, and we want to recognize that. And if you have energy that you want to give into making Brighton a better place, go talk to these people. Here's some resident committees. That's wonderful. But here's also all the other ways that you can make a difference here. Small thing that could encourage more engagement.
Through the chair, thank you. So if I understanding correctly, Jeff, because it's longer term, it's not necessarily a strategic thrust or initiative. It's more an operating philosophy or policy for the municipality as a whole to encourage that thing. So it's kind of a culture change thing, which I think is addressed a little later on in this thing, and maybe that's it kind of incorporated in there, or am I missing something?
Through the chair, no, I think that you're right overall. I think the actual asset map is something that could be produced within a deadline. That would be a good supporting document, and it's something I don't mind contributing to. So it's something that doesn't necessarily take a long time to do. It's just a question of who has the power and time to do it. So if we wanted to even have an ad hoc subcommittee of council that could put in a couple of hours here and there, I think we could probably do it in short order.
So the goal, develop an community asset map. Is that a medium or high or low priority?
I would say a medium priority.
Anyone disagree that it's a medium priority right now? Okay, let's circle back to that when we can put a pin in it in terms of a date. So flip the page over to what is currently called Promote Wellness in the Community. And the goal is review the recreation, wellness, leisure master plans on file and develop a strategy for growth in recreation and leisure space. Do we really need to do this? Like we have a master plan. So really shouldn't our goal be initiate the master plan, act on the master plan? Does anyone disagree with that? Like, why are we doing this again? Develop of a new recreation center with priority of an indoor pool in partnership with IMCA. That would be certainly part of that master plan. There are all sorts of other things in there. Yeah, the trails one as well. So can we scratch that first one? Just get rid of it altogether. Implement recreation trails master plan recommendations, including enhanced walking trails and bike lanes. Mr. Miller.
Again, that's part of the recreation master plan. So you could probably summarize 2 or 3 of these into just one. Implement findings in the or decisions that are suggested in the master plan.
What was that master plan called? Parks and
Recreation master plan.
And from your perspective, would that be a high, medium, or low?
I would say it's high. As you're aware, there's a lot of things in it, and they're costly. So you're always going to be looking at it to try to see what you can do from year to year.
So we're gonna anybody disagree that it's high? It's a high priority to implement those recommendations. Go ahead.
I would say, given the amount of time that I saw the word pool on those sheets across the public, like along these walls here, really, it's a pretty high priority to see something like that happen.
I agree. It's in a way, it should be broken down into some segments too, just to say recreation master plan, recreation and parks takes care of it. Well, like you just said, there's a lot of parts to that wheel. And the next item on here touches space with our Councillor Wright just talked about. So maybe that it should have a couple of ABC.
So should we get that master plan in front of us and take those recommendations and divvy those up into specific strategies
Priorities.
for this?
Yeah.
Would that be a better idea than to simply say implement the recommendations and then give you a date for that? Because that date might be next Thursday.
Yeah, there's 30 recommendations.
Exactly. Councillor Paredes.
Through the chair, thank you. I concur with Councillor Wright. I mean, everywhere I go, I hear about pools. And I think it makes sense to prioritize the Parks and Rec master plan so that that takes an elevated position. I would also add that based on my analysis of other municipalities, having a pool and a multi-use recreational facility has been absolutely vital to them attracting and retaining doctors and health services. So it supports that initiative as well for us, which is why I think it should be higher in that list.
So for tonight, can we create a goal that's essentially prioritize the recommendations of the Parks and Rec master plan and get that done sooner rather than later? So I'd ask that staff would then prepare a report for council detailing is it 30? Or so, whatever.
Quite a
it is.
few.
Yeah, the recommendations out of that and provide council with some advice on what can be done in the near term and what do we have to start piling money away for next steps.
Well, if I may, I mean, we're looking at, most places are looking at, between 6 and 8 years to go from getting the idea, planting the seed to having a facility. Trent Hills is a perfect example. They started in 2013. Other places are the same. We're lucky we have the land now. We're looking for next year's budget to be able to put it out for some architecture. So somebody concept of a multi-use facility on that property with all the, proper sizes, with the parking, with everything that we need to have this concept take place. Because I don't think you're just going to put a pool in by itself. You're going to have to put a facility with it, 2 or 3 different things. So it's all going to be all encompassing. You may be able to build things in stages, a couple of stages if you have to, as opposed to the whole thing, but you're still going to have the whole thing on that site. So it's going to be, I think the report said 2030, have the facility built by then.
Right.
So you're 7 years.
Right. Go ahead.
Just to emphasize the how high of a priority is this in the public feedback that we received. People could write their priorities on little sticky notes and they could put a check mark next to another idea that they agree with so that they didn't duplicate it. And the multi-use rec facilities that include a pool was the #1 issue with more than double the next issue. It had 28 check marks as compared to the next level, or the next most popular was multi-service health clinic with 13. So it is according to the public consultation, it is far and away the highest priority issue. So
let's poke back up then to development of a new recreation center with a priority of an indoor pool in partnership with YMCA. That's really the what we're talking about, not the other 22 recommendations in there. We're talking about a pool at the end of the day, aren't we?
I think that most people don't know what else is included in the Parks and Rec master plan, but that does seem to be the thing that for them summarizes the entire endeavor is pool.
Yeah. I mean, nobody's going to want to just see us build a pool. They're going to want to see whatever they want to see in that work. But we'll have to strategize around what that looks like. If it's an indoor track or if it's basketball, whatever it is, that's going to have to be part of the consultation during a design build process. Go ahead, Councillor Wright.
Just had the ability to drive across Canada and see a few different places throughout the traveling. And I can't think which place, it might have been Marathon. But there was a multi-use building that encompassed an arena, a pool, a theater, and there was a hotel close by. So,
Has to be
and
a
there was
hotel.
probably some other things in there that I couldn't, yeah. There was some other things in there that I, I caught this as we were driving past and I captured a picture because they had beautiful artwork all over the building itself. So it was pretty incredible.
So one of the things, total aside here, one of the things that I noticed when I was at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference was that communities of our size in Western Canada are very much independent, city-esque communities. There's no, I mean, they have full transit. They have a full-on multi-use recreational facility. They have downtown revitalization. They're getting rid of parking. They're adding, they're doing all of those things we hear about in Kingston sometimes, in Montreal, but they're communities of 10,000 people, right? Selkirk, Manitoba, and so my takeaway from that is we can do that too. There's no reason we can't do that. It just means the understanding that we're going to have to find the money for it. And it's not all going to come from our provincial and federal friends. And we're going to have the will, political will in this room and outside of this room to get those things done. If that's what the people of Brighton want, right? So anyway, that's total aside, sorry. And I do think a pool, a multi-use recreational facility with aquatics is what the people of Brighton want. It's what I've heard for 15 years now. Go ahead.
They may, I mean, you're probably looking by the time about $25 million for a multi-use facility. And I mean, my time here, other than the skateboard park, I can't think of any other recreation item that we fundraised for. We went through 2 generations of no fundraising in this community for recreation.
Well, and I think that goes right back
Other than the
to
track, sorry.
to Councillor Wheeldon's comment about, it's the expectation is that the government will do it for you. Whether it's a community garden or building a pool, there is no expectation that there will be fundraising or that there will be sweat equity involved in anything, because all we need to do is go to Facebook and say, why is that a dental clinic and not a pub? I don't understand. And why didn't the government force a pub into that location? It would have been the perfect location for a pub. Except that the people who bought it were dentists. Councillor Fredis.
The chair, thank you. I guess to Mr. Miller's points and further to Councillor Wheeldon's and Councillor Wright's, I'm a big fan of the Goderich model, particularly with their physician retention thing. And what they did was they reached out to the community, encouraged volunteerism, and with the community all on board, clearly understanding that to get doctors, they needed a Merc, and the fundraising drive was absolutely significant. They had individual donors contributing money that you wouldn't believe because they were all inspired to do so. As a result of that, they have their multi-use recreation facility. They also built a daycare center as well, and they got 18 family doctors as a bonus.
Mm.
So there are some models there that I think we can use, and I don't think we're out to 2030. I think if we start this tomorrow, we can make it happen here, because I believe Brighton's every bit as good as Goderich and maybe even better.
So develop a new recreation center with priority of an indoor pool in partnership with YMCA. What's obviously that's a high priority. Do we have a date in mind? Mr. Miller thinks 2030. What do we think? 2027. Do I hear 2028? Go ahead.
Should we set a deadline for specific actions towards that? Jim mentioned architectural drawings or something like that. Is that more realistic, Jim, to piecemeal it and say stage by stage deadlines? Or if we set a 2028 or 2027 deadline, are you going to shake your head and say, well, good luck with that?
Well, you do have to do it in stages because it's like anything, you gotta build on it. And you gotta plan, you gotta have it in order to get funding, significant funding. You pretty much have to have all your i's dotted and your t's crossed and almost shovel ready. So, I mean, I think you're gonna need to strike another committee for this facility.
Deputy Mayor.
But a design concept, and I think you're going to need a 2 or 3 concepts, because that's what before the funding model to get to figure out where you're going to be, 25 million or 20 million, or and where the sources of funds are going to come from. Could the concept be done and ready for presentation to partners within 2 years?
The concept,
Maybe 2 concepts, like
sure,
the
well,
Cadillac,
it can be,
the
it can be.
Cadillac and the Pinto.
I mean, your concept is probably $80,000.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Your
like-
actual architectural
No, if
drawings
we're-
and everything
if
right
we're
down
gonna
is like
get
10% of your project.
No, but if we're going to move, we're going to need to move based on finances and the plan for those finances. The concept will determine where we can go with the cost, and it'll be something that we can drum at the time to help get funding. And 2 years from now might be a good start.
Well, the concept, I mean, again, we'll be looking at putting that into next year's budget.
Okay.
So it can be tendered right in January or what have you, and
So we had 2 budgets to look at, like 2 concepts to look at, like one's, we're talking about a pool with the track and all these things, and the other one, we're talking about a pool with a gym or other.
an arena, curling club.
Yeah,
full
yeah,
night,
yeah,
community
the full-
center, you know, the whole
you know,
thing.
the full thing or a partial thing.
Yeah.
And that's what happened in French Hills. That's exactly what they did.
Yeah, and they started out 16 million
Yes,
for the pool and the arena. Now they're up to 21
yeah,
and they're scrambling.
Yeah.
Trying to cut.
but I think it was even the first wish was like about 30, it was 30 million, I think. So they got it down to, and they had a lot of community funding. There was groups, and that's what it's going to take to convince or to impress any partners in this, the local community putting their money up front too, to help in the way of fundraising, showing that they're committed, engaged with us 7 to move ahead with this. And that's what could make it work. But so we need those things that we talked about earlier. We need the engagement that Councillor Wilson was talking about, and then we just need to drive it with the residents.
Councillor Wright.
So that's-
I'm thinking having a concept or a couple, like you've mentioned, in hand will also be a great thing to put in front of the public, for them to buy into, to say, oh, yeah, I can actually contribute this much. It's not just so pie in the sky. It becomes something more tangible to look at.
And they have to really, I'm sorry, I jumped in. I guess it's that type of meeting sometimes, eh?
Till I stop it, yeah.
Yes, and at the same time, they can measure in their own mind that this is going to be paid for over time as well as. So once they see the whole picture and it's presented well, which hopefully it will be, but by the right people. And I think, yeah, you made a point. If they can buy into it, to say, no, it's like a nickel a day type thing. This won't be any nickel a day, but.
Director Walsh.
I was just going to suggest that maybe staff bring back a project management plan for the facility, and that would break down all the stages and maybe including some costing of order of magnitude, including operating costs, so that council has not only the benefits in mind, but the costs as well.
It's my understanding that the director intends to have something put into the budgets for the purposes of conceptual design. Is that correct? And would that include a project management plan of some sort? I think that's probably a good idea.
Oh, sorry, operation costs, you might be getting a little too far ahead because you got to get your building first before you can figure that out.
Yeah, sorry.
You're doing
that-
conceptual.
I've heard this before, the operational costs being outrageous and all this stuff.
It is what it is.
That's not where we're looking right now. This will not happen if we come out talking about how outrageous it is to fill a pool.
If all we were worried about was operational costs, we
Yeah.
would never snowplow a
Exactly.
laneway ever.
Exactly. So
So-
we need to go where you're going.
Councillor Butwell.
To the chair, thank you. Director Whitfield. So a project of that magnitude, say 25, realistically looking by the time it's complete in the $30 million range, I'm guessing.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. What kind of time period would we be deferring that expense over or amortizing that expense over? I guess it depends on the life cycle of the building. Like, we're looking 25 years, 40 years.
There's a number of things that we'd have to look at. First of all, would have to check with Infrastructure Ontario on how long we can actually get a loan for. We would definitely have to have funding from other levels of government, because reality is you're looking at a new fire hall and you're looking at a wastewater treatment facility, and you only have so much borrowing power with your annual repayment limit. And then you've got the pool and facility that you're looking at. I think you could probably borrow it over, I've seen them 30 years, but maybe even 40. A lot of interest there. But Infrastructure Ontario has the best interest rates by far. So that's usually the way that we would go. But yeah, fundraising has to happen. The community has to put their wallet behind their ask on this, because it's going to be a huge undertaking to try to fund something like that, even with other levels of government supporting us.
Do we have any sense of percentage wise what level that the other levels of government,
The third.
like 30, 30, 30?
It's
Okay.
often that, but usually lately the priorities have been on critical infrastructure and not recreational infrastructure. So we'll have to wait and see. I'm hearing through the grapevine that we'll see a release of infrastructure monies or grant opportunities in the fall. No doubt someone's eyeballing an election in the spring. So we'll see what the categories are at that point. Sometimes if they are eyeballing an election, the fun stuff does get funded. So,
Thank you.
but that's early days. I mean, we wouldn't go out for a grant opportunity in this fall for a project that we wouldn't be building for a few years. So, well, we might be able to get some money for the conceptual design. Who knows?
We might get some.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Rowley.
Well, there's not much left. You left me to the last.
No, I still have Councillor Fredis to.
Well, yeah, but I agree with what Councillor Wright said as well. We need to have buy-in from the community, but maybe the municipality needs to take the initiative and start. I'm wondering if with the way this is written in partnership with the YMCA, I think we need to change that. We need to add more partners than just the YMCA in this kind of thing. That needs to be, it's not going to be a one partner kind of deal. I think there's lots of opportunity to find other partners, whether it's government or private, public sector.
So in partnership with other organizations? Does that make sense? Be fairly vague about it that way. Councillor Fredis?
Through the chair, thank you. I'm wondering if there are significant dollars clearly, but there's significant benefits. And I'm keen to bring this along sooner than later. And I realize there's a whole lot of financing issues and stuff, but I'm just wondering if Director Whitfield might be able to wave her magic wand and find us the $70,000 or $80,000 so we could get some conceptual drawings of a plan A, plan B. that we could start getting community support and involvement with this year rather than waiting till the next budget year.
I'd ask Director Whitfield if she brought her magic wand. I will also say that I would not be in favor of that. I think this has to go through a budget cycle, but that's my opinion. Go ahead, Director Whitfield.
I don't have a magic wand or even like pot
That's
of
good,
money
because if you
buried
did,
in
I'd
the
be very angry with you, because over the last 20 years, you've never brought it out.
I have a few times, but only when nobody was looking. And we don't have a magic pot of money buried in the back, or any kitties, right? But every now and again, there's some little funds that come up here and there that we're able to take advantage of. I think it should go through a budget process, though. I think that that's proper. You just passed the master plan in 2023 early, right? And so we didn't have that opportunity in the 23 budget deliberations, but now you have that. So I would think that, other than opening up the budget, or apparently the be quiet music is playing, the microphone's going like, so if you put Jim up to that, Mayor Ostrander, I appreciate that. No, I just think that we have to put things like that through the budget process so that you have proper deliberations and you know, all of your projects that you'll have coming forward at one time.
Certainly moderately more transparent. Go ahead, Director Miller.
I was talking to our consultants the last couple of weeks, and they have provided me with about four or five examples of this type of tender from other towns. And so, you know, we can put something together fairly quickly
In the falls.
when the budget, when the capital budget's passed. Get it
Good.
out the door.
Thank you.
That's a
Councilor
lot.
Rowley.
Thank you, Jim. If you're working on the putting it together for the budget, and Mayor, as you said, that there might be infrastructure money coming down the pipe late fall, is that something that staff could maybe be prepared for, so that if there was something there, we'd have an application ready to slap on their desk?
Often staff will let us know they've applied for funding in advance, and that it's included. If we get the grant, this will be done. If we don't get the grant, this
Right.
is where the money
Right.
comes from. That's,
And-
we often see that.
And
in
as
the
well,
budget
there's a
time.
caveat too. If we were to say, well, we could pay for it now with those funds, we wouldn't get those kind of dollars. We might just as well wait to see if we have a partner to help out with that.
Always true. Yeah. Councilor Botwell.
Through the chair, thank you. I wanted to just say I agree with you. I think a budget process would be great. The most prudent thing to do. I think that our excitement about this is palpable. And but we also don't want to rush ahead through a process without really doing it properly. There's a lot of dollars on the line here. So I'm looking forward to seeing something come budget time.
So development of a new recreation center with the priority of an indoor pool in partnership with other organizations. The responsible department is Parks and Recreation. I have a date of 2027 written down. Any objections to that date? Councilor Botwell?
I thank you to the chair. I think that's a really ambitious
I
date.
do too.
That's 3.5 years from now. By the end of that year, I think
But the former premier would have called a stretch goal.
a stretch goal. I think maybe if we use popsicle sticks, perhaps, but and then we could all build together. But I think we're probably looking at 5 to 7 years as a realistic, and most likely, just logistically speaking, and knowing how big a project is and how these large projects take time, we're probably still looking at 7 years.
So you're suggesting 2030.
I suppose I am.
You are. Does anyone else think that 2027 should stay? Does anyone think that 2030 should be the number? Is there another number you like? Deputy Mayor.
The 2030 is realistic to be in the ground and have it done, but I think our plan to move ahead and with some of the phases to it, are good, and we can tag that in there somehow so that those goals are also reached. So if we're talking about capital this year, then that's fine. If we're talking about the next phase, we put some dates in between now and 2030, some goals.
So I think
If you can do that.
that suggests that we have a goal that we ask that for prioritization of the recommendations out of the Parks and Rec master plan. So they would include other goalposts as well, because of that is the end date, right?
That's the end
you
date,
know,
yeah.
We want whoever the mayor is on 2030 to be cutting the ribbon at that day, right?
Or the deputy
Yeah,
mayor.
or the deputy mayor. Go ahead, Councillor Wheeldon.
I really love the enthusiasm to get going, and I want to honor that, and I'm excited about that as well. I also I think another guiding impulse as we look at these priorities is what the master plans actually say. If the experts have said that it's a 7-year project, I think the impetus is on us to get started today so that it is only a 7-year project.
Here.
So I think the impulse to get going right away and the impulse to respect the report actually go hand in hand.
Councillor Rowley.
Thank you. This doesn't have to do with the end date, but I'm just wondering, as this project could certainly be an economic driver as well. I'm wondering if, sorry, Ben, to add maybe more to your plate, but I'm wondering if economic development should be part of this responsibility as well.
CAO. Your microphone's off. Well, that might not be you though.
And just as we have a development team talking about the private side, we're going to have a development team talking about major projects. You know, obviously a key component is infrastructure, finance, planning, economic development. So our team, our senior management team, are all going to be involved.
Thank you. Anyone else on that one? I've written January 2030. Is that everybody okay with January 2030? Just to ballpark something, right? I shaved a year off. I did, didn't I? We'll see. So let's go back up. Just bounce up one item. Implement the recreation trails master plan recommendation, including enhanced walking trails and bike lanes. Is that something that came out of the master plan?
Yeah, that's one of the recommendations. There's a whole, like I said, there's a whole list of them. They're not all necessarily about a facility. They're all just everything from wayfaring signs to, you know, to whatever that's part of this infrastructure of a Parks and Rec department that they've recommended. I mean, we are doing that concurrently when it comes to trails and everything. Every subdivision, we're looking at putting trails in and different links and whatnot. It's an ongoing thing.
And can we just write ongoing in the deadline? Is everyone comfortable with that?
If I may, that sounds similar to what Councillor Ferretta said earlier about about a principle of operation rather than necessarily a particular plan. I expect that this will show up in the transportation master plan as well. It's probably going to pop up everywhere.
Yeah, fair enough. So let's go down to increase access to primary care, including family doctors, nurse practitioner-led clinics, and broader array of health services. Go ahead.
Let me jump in here.
Yeah.
We've heard this from council members, from staff, the community, certainly during the community engagement process. We've heard it from economic development. Pretty key to a vibrant community. And it's tough sledding out there with respect to attracting and retaining professionals in the healthcare center. But it's critical from my perspective that we do just that. So we heard a lot of that from the community, and we need to take it seriously, and we need to be proactive as best and as financially suitable as we can.
High, medium, low. Okay, go ahead.
This was the second most popular priority among the public.
So I'll ask again, high, medium, or low priority for this one? You're going to say high. You are. Anyone going to disagree? Do we have a end date in my end date? Go ahead.
I'm just going to make a suggestion, throw out a suggestion. We have a new committee that's about to get going. We also have some different partners that are out there doing their thing in individual areas. I think what might be helpful is if we get this committee up and rolling and start talking about priorities and put together a priority plan that we can fit back into this, understanding the overarching strategy is that we want to improve healthcare services within our committee or within our community.
So can we put a goal of September 2024, keeping in mind that it won't be a real end date, but it will be an opportunity for the Health Service Advisory Committee to get its feet under them and maybe offer some priorities for staff and council. Give a year plus, right? Is that fair? And I've also responsible department administration and in brackets with the Health Service Advisory Committee. I think that's important that we name it so that it's not just all on staff for this particular one. Develop medical space to accommodate doctors and other medical services, medical practitioners, and partnerships with the Health Service Advisory Committee. Bob?
As we all know, we've had to think out of the box with respect to attracting and retaining healthcare professionals. And we've gone beyond the traditional medical services funding agreement, and we've gone into equity positions with other clinics. We've now entertaining a partnership with the family health team for a nurse practitioner clinic. Hopefully we get the funding in that regard. We've been approached by different practitioners to enhance our equity position in additional clinics. So there's all kinds of P3 opportunities, all kinds of thinking out of the boxes. And I think in order to be competitive, because it is very competitive out there, we need to be very proactive.
High, medium, or low priority? High. We have a date in mind for this. Councillor Wheeldon?
By the end of this year for some progress.
Thank you. Councillor Wheeldon?
I guess it depends on what kind of progress we're looking for. I know my first reaction was, well, sure, we build a new Y and then we have more space. And so is the deadline sort of de facto 2030. But I know that we have more need sooner than that. So it's not as simple as just doing the swap of the buildings.
So from a municipally owned perspective, that might be the answer, but there are other private wants, developments that may be in the works or maybe conceptualized at the moment that will certainly happen if they will certainly happen before we have a new YMCA and therefore more space at the BHSC. So I think if we put sort of end of this year, I think is a bit ambitious, but if we put end of next year, we'll have a better idea where things are at and we can revisit this.
I'm fine. It's just a date on a piece of paper, but I think it's time sensitive what we're talking about anyhow. So yeah, it's something that we need to not put off till January but to work on. It's immediate, I think.
So I agree that it's time sensitive. I just coming back to the point of is everything belong on the shoulders of the municipality? The answer is no. And should we be responsible for building yet another building in the community that's being used by people who make a living. I'm not sure that that makes a lot of sense when there's private equity out there that will build these things
Well, that's
so that they can make their money as well.
and that's exactly what we should be doing. We've got the fish are nibbling, but we need to be holding the net.
Yeah, and so I think in terms of developmental, I mean, some of this is, make sure we're not getting in the way. Make sure we're working with people to build out quickly if they say yes, they want to do this, and that we're not holding people up for the sake of checking the box that maybe we should have got them to check last month, that kind of stuff. Councilor Wheeldon.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask a point of clarity. These are all very high level goals. And so when we're talking about deadlines, presumably this very high level document is going to end up with a lot of bullet points. Is the process going to be that we're going to set general priority levels and very general deadlines and then see something back from staff with a more concrete bullet point?
So out of this, the CAO develops work plans for all the directors, and we see those work plans on a quarterly basis. So the more granular details will be in those work plans. So, in this case, there will be a bullet point, I presume, a bullet point for Director Walsh's team to, ensure they're working with private firms to develop out medical spaces in the community. That kind of thing will be on the shoulders of Director Walsh's team. Councillor Rowley.
Thank you, Mayor. I think once this Health Services Advisory Committee gets working, I have high hopes that they are very, very ambitious and really looking at a lot of things. And I think regardless of what date we put on it, they will push out as quickly as they can. I'm sure we'll see results before the end of 2024.
That will be great. Look forward to that. All right, build and expand outdoor rec space, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Director Miller. From your perspective, high, medium, or low priority?
I would say, well, it's high, but you strike it when the opportunity comes, I guess is what it's still ongoing.
And are these identified in that master plan that we keep talking about?
Yes.
Okay, so we will see those priorities come out. Anybody want to put a date on this, or do we just want to put ongoing and wait for those priorities to be established? Everyone comfortable with that? I'm going to put ongoing. Develop a social planning strategy. Sounds very USSR.
Well, the social planning strategy was just rooted some of the social issues that I've heard being spoken of in the past. We have needs by sunny days. We have needs for other special groups. And so it kind of links back to that, we don't have many social service agencies with their offices here. We heard from the Canadian Mental Health and Addiction Services representative, I think it was in beginning of April or so, did a Zoom in delegation and talked about some of the services there. But the office was out of Peterborough, I believe, right? So I think maybe not so much a strategy as just get all the people who work in the space together and do a needs analysis or gaps analysis and see if a strategy is needed from that. So that's really what was thought of there, just getting the right people in that space together and see what affordable housing is needed. For example, Belleville's doing a social hub, so that was one of the questions in our SWOT. What are some communities doing that maybe we should look at? A number of communities are putting together a social hub. So all that goes back to that. Is there a very specific acute need or problem being identified here as a basis for that? No. So I would say it's a lower priority, but I'll let council determine that, who may have more relationships in various aspects of the community that I don't have to speak to that.
Councilor Wheeldon.
Thank you. Thank you, Director. I agree that I think like the asset map that we talked about earlier, this is relatively low priority, but also relatively simple to deliver on. So it's the kind of thing that can enhance the efforts of others without us needing to do too much.
We have a date for something like this in mind?
I think it's probably possible to do by the end of this year. Would that be inappropriate?
Director?
Sure, I think we can get all the right people in one room and discuss issues that they face and facilitate some answers from that.
Just anecdotally, there's a youth wellness hub initiative across the county. The coordinator of that, or the consultant helping with that, was here. When was that, Candace? Last week before? Asking about space just for the purposes of counseling youth or having them in for medical purposes, et cetera, et cetera. I know Cornerstone Family Violence Center does crisis counseling out of one of the churches on a I think once or twice a month basis. So I think there is a need in the community for exactly what we're talking about. Yeah. I've written December 2023. Promote an arts and culture plan. Dr. Miller.
I'm sorry.
Members of council.
I'm sorry. I wrote that in a strategic plan and put it on Jim.
Nice.
I just
when you thought you had friends.
I just,
Yeah,
I have a lot of
defer.
confidence in the man, so I. But yeah, the reason why that's there is we have I guess, when I was drafting up the short-term accommodations licensing, the zoning and licensing, one of the requirements for a whole home STA was to present local art in the interior decor of a whole home. So as a way of promoting local art. And so I wanted to reach out with local artists, and I've since discovered the Brighton Arts and Culture Council. So, and I've seen in Cotterington, we have some art displays there on the walls there. So we have a bit of a space there. But I guess the main question is, do we need more space for presenting the arts? Do we need performance space? I'm not sure what's available at the high school, but we don't have a civic square, for example. We have Memorial Park, and that does a good job of it. So maybe we don't need a civic square, but it's just all that type of question of where do artists come together, both visual and performing, and how do we maybe have that a program for youth? So it goes back to the social planning thing. Youth, I mentioned different people around the table here about the Quinny Art Ballet School and how it formed from a parent group. And from that volunteer parent group now has some world recognition for the programming it does, and it has now a formal partnership and a dedicated facility for what it's doing through a high school in Belleville. So that might be something that could develop through either a social planning strategy or arts and culture plan. But I just threw it out there for discussion, really.
Councillor Wright.
I think that same building that I saw that had the arena and the pool, it had a theater in the middle. This building that we're hoping to do could encompass a lot of that in terms of promoting arts and culture inside and outside, really. Yeah.
There was a concept back many moons ago. Claude Thompson had. Claude Thompson is a former teacher, no longer with us now, but of turning the quad at the high school into an actual auditorium. That's the word I'm looking for. Right now, when the high school puts its performances on, it transfers its gym AB into the Terry Fox Auditorium and puts and they do a fantastic job there. There's no doubt about that, but it's still a gym at the end of the day. It's not an auditorium, and it is remarkable the productions that school puts on in a gym at the end of the day. So Claude always dreamed in Technicolor. Claude was one of those fellows in the community who, if you saw him coming, you run away because you knew it was going to cost you money. I'll never forget the day at church I saw him coming toward me down the aisle. I thought, uh-oh. And that was the first conversation about the track and field over here. And there we are. So that is the Thompson Todd track and field, named after Claude Thompson and Brian Todd. So there you go. Low, high, medium priority. Oh, sorry, there are others. Deputy Mayor.
You down here promote arts and culture for parks and recreation. I have a feeling I'm looking past our recreation director right through to economic development. I think this is under economic development. I think economic department would be best to follow this through. I mean, they can work with other departments, but I think this would be best. Art and culture is an economic development.
I've already scratched. I had already
Did you?
scratched that out, put in ECDev. Thank you for that. Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you. I think that this is a great example of where asset-based community development would come in, because there's already a very active arts community who is self-organizing. And so depending on how we go about this, I 100% think that we should be supporting them, but depending on how we go about it would make the difference between empowering the community to self-organize and stepping in and institutionalizing something that was already a grassroots initiative. And so I would say let's tread very carefully around how we support the arts in terms of wanting to make sure that it remains resident driven.
I would agree 100%. And so I love that it says promote an arts and culture rather than develop, so what we can do is, maybe Ben could go to the BACC and say, we love what you're doing here. Have you ever considered creating an arts and culture plan? And if we can support you in any way, let me know. Here's my phone number. Got to go by. That's, I think, would be really a great way of getting that done for the community. Councillor Butwell.
Thank you to the chair. One of the ways I think about a lot of what we do here on council is about creating spaces for the community to physically gather or figuratively gather and encourage that participation. And so I like the idea of promoting versus we're going to do it for you and here's a big empty building. What are you going to do with it? I would also just want to make a note that the BACC awesome group does great work. You do have to pay to participate in that group, and therefore it will exclude a large segment of the people who are creators in our community. So I just wanted to make sure that we made note of that.
Understood. Thank you. Mr. Hagerman, you have your mic.
Yeah, through the chair, I just would like council to know, I guess, that just yesterday we opened up the shed, and we tried to highlight local art done by youth that's mounted on the fence directly beside the shed. That's one example of how my department is going about that literally day to day. The shed will also exhibit culture. Like there's going to be lots of different vendors that are going to represent different forms of wares that are culturally unique to our community. The space itself is going to eventually, the long-term plan will be to program it with, there could be live music there on Friday nights, that kind of thing, right? So we're in pretty constant communication with Des and the gang, and something we're doing day to day already.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you. I know that something that some other communities do is set aside a portion of their budget, a predetermined, I think in Calgary it's 1%, and I don't think it needs to be that high, but a portion of their budget for arts and culture. And of course, art is in the eye of the beholder, and so not every installation in Calgary gets a lot of public support. And I'm sure we've all seen the circular street lamp on one of their bridges there that cost $100,000 and got a lot of good attention. But the idea of saying we as a municipality are patrons of the arts, within our own community, I think is something that we might want to revisit at budget time.
Agreed. I think that would be wise of us to eat our own proverbial dog food. So in terms of this promotion, what's high, medium, low priority? Medium? We have a date in mind? So next year sometime? What do we want? You want like June 2024? December 2024?
No, I think spring is good, dude.
June? Everyone okay with June 2024? I think if we put a priority of June 2024, it tells staff we need it budgeted for 2024 to get something done. Oh, I'm not sure we've spoken enough about this. So prioritize the recommendations out of the Parks and Rec master plan. That's what I've written down as an additional two. That would be Parks and Rec as the lead. Jim, when would you be able to provide a report to council on that?
Next week.
September.
That's what I wrote down. Thank you. Thank you. So flip over the page to what is currently called Be a Responsible Municipal Team. First goal is review the annual budget process. Well, that's ongoing. We do that annually. Would you disagree that it should be ongoing? I think we should just put ongoing. Develop a 5-year operational plan.
As the title suggests, being a responsible municipal team, it takes all the efforts of the senior management team to come together and get that done. We are working on it in bits and pieces. And as you know, we've had turnover, so it's a constantly evolving and changing environment with different ideas coming forward. But we are working on a water and wastewater rate study and a development charges study, which affords us the opportunity to have some of those capital plans in place already through those studies. And so I think that we should say by the end of 2024.
Council okay with that? Develop a 10-year capital plan? Same?
Both together, yes.
Any objections from council? KPMG Culture Plan Implementation with a 5-part bullets here. I'm going to turn this over to the CAO.
Sure, I'm just going to jump in here. As you know, we hired KPMG to assist us in putting together an organizational review. We adopted that December 5 of 2022. What we've done is we've gone beyond simply saying implement the plan and giving you a little bit more granularity with respect to what you might expect. Having said that, that was for discussion purposes tonight. And in the normal course, I would simply say move forward with the implementation strategy for the KPMG study with the understanding that there's a variety of different recommendations as alluded to here. And in the normal course between Jennifer and myself and the rest of the team, we'll put together a bit of a game plan and prioritization session and bring it forward at next year's budget. So in my view, you've got 4 or 5 different bullets here. You could really collapse those, quite frankly, with the understanding that this is what's coming down the tube. I don't think you want to be in a strategic planning exercise being granular enough to say we want an employee assistance program, as an example.
Can we just say as a goal, prioritize the KPMG culture plan implementation and put a date of March 2024? That would be the end of budget cycle. And then know that those priorities would be essentially these 5 bullet points, and they'd be given they'd be then provided with goalposts. Is that fair? I'm just looking if there's general agreement. March 2024. We're gonna have everything done in 2024. We won't know what to do with the next 2 years of our term. Go ahead, Councilor Bowell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very quick question, may seem unrelated. My brain wants to know, when do the current collective agreements expire?
The end of this year.
The end of 2023?
Yes,
Thank you.
we only have one collective agreement. Right? We have two?
Union, non.
Right, we only have one collective agreement though,
One
which is the
collective.
union collective agreement. Yeah.
And so the indoor administrative folks in the union are in the same collective
Same
agreement?
union, same, yeah, same bargaining unit, yeah. IT master plan implementation.
It says administration here, but I do know that that is, John's responsibility. And he falls under my department. So, we did have the plan in front of council just recently. And we are striking up a new committee, a working team. And I believe that the CAO will head that team, but we'll be talking about all the strategies and policies that we need to put in place. So the plan's going to take several years, I'm sure, to implement. But we're going to start working on it this year. So we could just say ongoing.
Or could we say prioritize IT master plan like we have with the others so that we have a report come to council at some point? And we become aware of what those priorities are and what the plan is to implement it.
Yes, because that's exactly what will happen.
So when would be a reasonable time to expect those priorities to be in place and for staff to be able to report out to council?
We'll start meeting probably late summer. So I would think late fall. By the end of the year, you should see a nice report from our IT manager.
December 2023 or January 2024?
Let's say December 2023.
Thank you. Develop a vacancy tax rate that ensures residential commercial concerns are used to their full potential.
This is, we're going to do a tag team. Linda and I are going to do a bit of a tag team. This is something that we put in place to have discussion, quite frankly, and we wanted to have that tonight to determine whether indeed this is a strategic initiative or not. So from a granular standpoint, Linda can talk to you a little bit about the ABCs associated with this, and then we can circle back and determine whether it is a priority or not.
Before I get you to do that, I maybe ask council, is this something we consider a priority? Do we even want to have Linda talk to us about this? Or is this something we think we should pass on? I'm not really sure where it's coming from. Go ahead, Councilor Wright.
This was one of the things that I had spoke about during the campaign. And it initially came out of the fact that Main Street commercially had quite a few spaces that were empty for quite a long time. And there's currently still a couple that in trying to get a hold of the landlords to facilitate those being filled and become working spaces has been almost impossible. And that's not good for anybody downtown. I'm not so sure about the residential side of it. I'm not sure how many rental spaces that we would have in Brighton that aren't being used to full capacity, unless it's a short-term accommodation thing that's impacting on long-term accommodation, which I'm assuming it does to a certain degree. But my thoughts were to levy some sort of financial implication on the landlords to make sure that they are being responsible enough to come forward and make sure that those spaces are filled so that we have a vibrant downtown and not one with empty spaces that people drive through and skip over because it doesn't look like a functioning downtown.
Good. Well, so I would agree. And I certainly see one space that clearly somebody's using as a write-off. Right. It's just not, there's no action. I've sent a couple people toward that space to no end. They call the number, they just don't get any traction. So, and no doubt our two realtors in the room have discovered the same thing, right? So Councillor Wheeldon, you had your hand up.
Oh, just to say exactly that, in a professional capacity, I've tried very hard to contact the owners of empty units, and I've had little to no luck. They are not residents of Brighton, and they have no immediate concern seemingly for actually filling that space. And I've had interactions with people in trying to show those units that have suggested to me that they are generally in poor repair unless there's somebody actively improving them as a tenant. And there are historic downtown. How long can we let them molder? And so I also spoke about this during the campaign and put it as a priority.
So over to you, Director Whitfield. How would we implement such a thing? And is it like what is our ability to do so?
That one's a really difficult one. So back in the past, and which ended in 2017, vacant units used to be able to apply for a vacancy tax rebate and actually get money back from the taxes that they paid if their units were empty. That doesn't exist anymore. So there's no vacancy tax rebate. They're paying full commercial taxes on those spaces. One would think that would have been incentive enough to get those spaces filled. While we are the collectors of the taxes for Brighton within Northumberland County, we don't set our tax ratios. That's done by the county, so we don't really have any way of changing that. That process is set. And quite frankly, they want commercial and industrial to come down a bit, multi-res to come down a bit. Like this is the push toward the way that we do taxation through the ratios now. So multi-res, new multi-res is at a ratio of 1, meaning the same as residential. Existing multi-res is a little bit more. Commercials come down. But excess and vacant commercial has gone up, which means that whether the commercial space is a vacant piece of land or excess land, they're still paying the same rate as though there was a building with a tenant in there renting it, or somebody owning it and having a commercial facility. Same thing happened with industrial. So industrial vacant land, excess land, the rate came up, but the full industrial came down. To try to not transfer or shift the tax burden from one class to another. So that it's kind of difficult I hope I've explained it well enough, because it's a complicated process, but we don't have that authority to set rates or ratios. We have authority to set our own tax rate. And I really don't think that you could levy anything through the Planning Act on a vacant space, but maybe we could do some research and see if there's something.
CAO.
So this is a bit of a carrot and stick situation. Obviously, we want to have a vibrant downtown and with lots of activity. So the county, in their wisdom, certainly has dealt with the vacancy rate over the course of the last couple of years. I seem to recall that. So that's a bit of a stick. And certainly through planning and finance, we've come up with a community improvement plan, and we're just in the midst of filling in the details or fleshing that out. But it certainly could include downtown redevelopment, facade improvement downtown. So that might be a bit of a carrot to incentivize some of these vacant spots to revitalize. And I guess the other stick is taking a look at inspections, health unit, and building code. And if there's some uninhabitable places, we need to deal with that, whether it's through building or fire or health unit sort of thing. So there's a three different strategies that I think we can attack. I think what we're hearing tonight is we understand what's happening. I don't think we can go down the path, or I don't see anything that we can do from a vacancy standpoint, but there are other things that we can do. And we can recognize getting on with vibrant downtown. And I think once we step into the strategy for economic development, you're going to start seeing discussions around the CIP and a vibrant downtown and growing the downtown. So I'm thinking that that issue might be dealt with a little bit later on this evening. In my view, I think this falls off the table.
Councillor Rowley. Councillor Deputy Mayor Anderson.
Well, they're probably not fair to ask, are there any defaults or anybody, are they in arrears, any of these, or they just keep paying their taxes and not using the building?
Financial information is private. It's protected.
So I would assume if they were, the action would be, the appropriate actions would be taken to either collect or.
Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. The tax sale process has changed a little bit. Got tight. It was tightened up a few years ago, where it used to be 3 years in arrears, and now it's 2 years in arrears. So we can start by issuing the farm debt notices after 2 years of tax arrears. And then that's a whole 1 year process before we can start the actual tax sale process. It's long. It's a lot of letters. The files get big, and usually people pay up their taxes before we get to that point. We haven't had a tax sale here since
Time.
I would think
Long
around
time.
2006, 7, maybe at the
Yeah.
late.
Long time.
But if the process is working, then I have nothing more to say. But if we're because of that, the amount of time that takes and the paperwork and all, it will never get there if we don't get started. If they are in arrears.
Asked and answered. Thank you, Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you. I have two thoughts. The first is that if we're looking at enforcing standards on any residential units, I think we want to be very cautious about not instigating a renoviction at a time when there's very scarce housing. And I know that's kind of backwards to not want people to have a safe place to live, but if it's a sketchy place or no place, it's better to have the sketchy place. The other thing is that half of these buildings are for sale. We could just buy them.
If we just keep it to commercial properties, then maybe that would be good enough.
Councillor Butwell.
Thank you, Mayor. Further to what Councillor Wheeldon had mentioned about renovictions, for those who don't know, that's when a landlord will legally evict a tenant in order to repair, remediate a unit. Legally, they are then obligated to offer that unit back to the same tenant at the end of it. We saw a lot of them, false renovictions through COVID. And lost my train of thought. Choo choo. There it goes. I'll come back to me.
I'll come back to you if you remember it and throw your hand up. Just by way of information, the multi-res rate, I'm talking about county tax proportions now, was ordered. The province required the county to lower the multi-res to and the new builds for multi-res to the same as a single residential as part of their housing strategy, and so other tax ratios go up accordingly. But it was a tack from the county to keep the vacancy rate, or to eliminate a vacancy rate, so that vacant commercial would be paying the same as occupied commercial. Happy to take the concept of increasing that to the county. I would anticipate some pushback from other places that have more than 1 or 2 vacancies, where the landlords are local rather than away, and maybe facing their own hardships. So just trying to anticipate the arguments. That's all. Go ahead.
I think too, when I had initially thought along these lines, I wasn't thinking so much of adjusting a tax rate, but more of a penalty. Where if a landlord, if we're hearing that, and I'm not sure how this would even be tracked, but if someone, is not responding to someone in the community about the space, then it elevates to some degree. And if no response is forthcoming, then there is a penalty of some sort. Like with any other bylaw that we have an infraction for, that there's a penalty for, that this would fall under something like that.
Is that a possibility?
I'm not aware of that. I think the City of Toronto Act has a provision in it to allow them to pass a bylaw that if you're leaving something vacant, that there's a tax, but that was more of affordable housing effort, that if you're leaving your condos empty, then you're going to be taxed to pay a premium. That premium would go into affordable housing fund. But I don't think the General Municipal Act that would apply to us gives us that tool.
Councillor Butwell.
I remember, thank you. So further, actually, thank you for reminding me, Councillor Wright. So I understand that we may not be able to levy a charge for a vacant unit. Can we increase perhaps the tax rate overall on commercial and then offer a rebate to those that are occupied?
That would have to come through the county, because that again is set through the county tax ratios. And there's MTE is an organization, municipal tax experts, that the county and the treasurer's group uses for a lot of the modeling to see what the ratio should look like. We are going to bring MTE in to talk to council about some of the other issues within the community and what initiatives we can take, and also to offer some training or to provide some training to the finance staff to help with some of those initiatives that the council sees as maybe as opportunity. For example, businesses and homes, or other opportunities that may exist that we're missing out on. Maybe it's assessments that are too low, and how to identify those and look into them. So that's what MTE's been doing for us and providing us reports. When we bring MTE to council, it should probably be in more of like a training session, so that council can ask those questions in a really, in a way that you get all of your ideas across without the public viewing that. It's more like training and learning. And I think that that's a good opportunity, maybe even to ask some of these questions, because MTE, they know all those rules around assessment and around taxation and that type of thing. So maybe that's our, maybe this could be scratched, and maybe just what you've already approved in your budget to have MTE come in and do a little program for us, and then maybe tackle some of this, as the CAO said, through property standards, through fire inspections, and through health unit inspections, to make sure that the facilities that are not being maintained because they're not here and nobody's in them, maybe that's your opportunity to get some action.
Councillor Rowley.
Would it be then wise for this committee to make a recommendation to council at some point regarding this training?
I think
do we
that's
do that?
already planned.
Oh, it's already planned.
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Where do you want to go, council? You want to remove this for now? Have a conversation with MTE? And if there are opportunities, we can revisit it when we revisit the strategic plan. Fair enough. Review shared consolidation of services with Northumberland County. CAO.
So in the normal course, I, along with my counterparts in Northumberland, get together formally on a bi-monthly basis, and we talk about a number of different initiatives, including various departments and what they're doing, what they're not doing. And what you'll find is each one of those departments, whether it's IT or taxation or CBOs or planners, they're all meeting behind the scenes talking about best management practices and minuting their meetings. All of those minutes and ideas and recommendations flow through the CAO group. We pick and choose what we think is appropriate to move forward and do that. So are we always looking at reviewing services that are being provided by the county versus the lower tier? Yes, you know, when you can talk about GIS or IT or project management. So those initiatives are ongoing. I know that my counterpart at the county is in the midst of putting together a report with respect to what is the status of various shared services. I think that's coming maybe by the end of this year. And quite frankly, we're part of that. The lower tier municipalities have had some input into that. And I'm sure in due course, once that's out to county council, we can circulate that back to this group, just to show you that we are looking at different opportunities each and every time and trying to save a nickel and do things more efficiently at the end of the day. So from my perspective, it's an ongoing operating initiative. It's going to happen whether it's a strategic initiative or not.
Thank you for that. And just by way of information coming out of the county strategic planning process, shared services, consolidated services, amalgamated services, whatever that looks like at the end of the day, was a high priority for county council. Continuing to, spin our wheels and duplicate services was needing to come off the table very quickly. And we've already seen some pretty significant action at the county with regard to that, not the least of which was at our last county council when we heard from the 7 fire chiefs across Northumberland County that the cost of communication should not be a shared cost. Not every municipality should get an invoice, but that the cost should be punted up to the county levy, and county council agreed with that. And so your communications tower now be paid for by Northumberland County rather than the 7 lower tier municipalities. It just makes sense. It's a service that's required across the entire county, so it just made a lot of sense. There were only mild objections, and I'll tell you about them later. So I'm just going to put ongoing there. Everyone okay with that? I think it is an ongoing exercise both at the political and the staff level. Develop asset mapping that includes social and natural assets. We've discussed this. We said it was a medium priority. I don't think we really set a date though. Go ahead.
Given that we already have a small start with this through the public facilitation, if this is something that we are willing to do in a focused manner, we might consider another facilitated exercise. I'm throwing that out there and then stepping back because we all know that I know the facilitator. But if that were the case, then having something budgeted would be appropriate, and therefore not a deadline would be sometime after that.
Is that something we want to have budgeted for what year?
Well, it's not the type of thing that, if we were to hire a consultant for it, it's not like it takes staff time. So next year.
2024. And so it would be done after budget. So probably June of 2024 or maybe even September of 2024 by the time you get through it. Is everyone okay with that? Go ahead, Councillor Rowley.
I do have, and I don't know if this is where it falls, and I know I looked at it early on too, on our first asset management on page 1. Nowhere have I read that we are going to consider in some asset our historical and heritage assets. Is that something that should be, Deputy Mayor? I'm surprised that you haven't found that one. I kind of looked through it a couple of times and I'm just kind of missed it.
I think it's in our current strat.
It is.
But I don't remember being in this one. Yeah.
So on the next page at the bottom, I'm writing heritage and we'll revisit it then. Okay. Now we'll just revisit it. I've just written it down at the bottom. Next page though. Development of a business process mapping continuous improvement program. Can anyone speak to this?
Sure, I'll jump in and do a bit of a tag team. We're always doing business plans and we're always expanding the direction that we're going in and prioritizing different initiatives. But you got to sell it at the end of the day. We have to come to you, we have to come to the community and make sure that it makes sense, that there is a need, there is a game plan with respect to implementation, there is a financing strategy. So all we're trying to do is formalize that business process and bring it forward on a proactive basis. But Linda, Paul, jump in here.
I kind of threw this one in, and it really kind of stemmed from my conversations with our IT master plan consultant. And I emphasize that the IT system needs to support good business processes, and there's a number of bands in that strategy that says that. And one of the ways to frame the system around good business processes is to first start with the business process mapping, and there's certain business process mapping tools. And what flows from that is you also end up improving your business processes and procedures. So I think that's probably a good first step as we look at implementing an IT master plan, is to really look at our processes first and see how they can be supported through new applications of technology, and see how, as we go through, some municipalities call it a lean process. I forget what the acronym stands for, but it's essentially a lean process, if you're familiar with that. Just an examination of process, see how we can improve them, and then have these tools that we might find through the IT master plan to enhance those.
Do you have anything to add, Director Whitfield?
Perhaps this falls within what was already reported in the IT master plan, and that is to have some sort of overarching process for all of the IT, rather than doing all the piecemeal that we've been doing. A lot of great initiatives have come through this organization in the last 10 years, I would say. We've become much more digital and I think modern, but there's a long way to go, and we're going about it the wrong way, because we're going about it without the game plan being broad. So I think it's already been addressed in the IT master plan, and perhaps it just comes out through that report.
Does anyone disagree with that from a staff level? Can we remove this then? Because we'll get those priorities through the other strategy that we've created. Everyone agree?
Yeah, I think it can be taken out.
Thank you.
It needs to be emphasized, but it can be taken out.
Engaging promotion of volunteerism in the community.
I'll jump in here.
Good for you.
And we've talked about social strategy a little bit, and the importance of volunteerism in a small community. We've got a lot of talent that's out there, and we need to tap into that talent more than what we've been doing in the past. And if you have an engaged group, we're going to do great things at the end of the day. I know we have a lot of committees, and I know we look at committees on an ongoing basis. And without that committee structure in place, we wouldn't get half the stuff done that we're doing. You know, look at last night and the event, and the number of people that show up. That's a tiny little thing. Volunteerism really made that happen, as an example. That's a silly little example. So this is an ongoing issue with respect to social planning and engaging the community, and different ways of doing that. It was part of the existing plan. I think we heard during the public consultation the importance of ongoing volunteerism. So that's why we implemented it within the strategies, just to highlight the importance of it, and moving forward positively with the groups that we have and quite frankly, new groups.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that a lot of our conversation tonight has been about concrete deliverables. But I'm just reminded by what CEO Castleman was just saying, that the things that we put into the strategic plan are also the priorities that appear at the bottom of every staff report. And so engaging and promotion of volunteerism is one of those things that I would love to see coming up on every other staff report, just as we work towards an engagement of all 3 lanes of the 3-lane highway.
High, low, medium.
Yeah, I mean, if there isn't a deliverable, I think it's something we can add on to everything, right? So
medium and deadlines ongoing.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Councillor Butwell looks skeptical. You don't look skeptical. You are skeptical.
Having been in that business for more than 20 years, as far as volunteerism goes, far before I volunteered to sit here, it's a tough one. And engaging, promoting, I'm wondering if we need the word support in there a bit more. Not necessarily meaning dollars, but I think there's more. I think there's more there that we need to focus on than just engaging and promoting, for sure.
CEO.
So just you prompted something popped into my head, and you and I have had many discussions about Applefest as an example. And while volunteerism is important and critical to our community, sometimes it's tough sledding. And what we've done is we've pivoted over the course of the last few years to add some administrative support to help those committees get the things done that they need to get done. And that's just one silly little example is Applefest, and that's real.
The financial support for us now, like, I mean,
Right.
it's
right.
Some of these things are really tough.
Well, even, you look at concerts in the park last night. Yeah, I'd never heard of the group that came out last night, and they were good. They were fine. They're fine. They're great. But look at the number of people that showed up last night to this group from Peterborough that I don't think anybody in Brighton had ever heard of. All organized by a team of volunteers in our community, the community events team, to bring these people out and, unwittingly, the group there unwittingly then to support, the Sunny Days group program with their 50-50 draw. There was over $1,000 last night for the 50-50 draw, 500 of which went to somebody, I don't know, 625, so 1250. That's incredible. Anyway, but without the support of Jim's team, that wouldn't happen, right? And Mr. Miller was there last night, and I know he was there enjoying the concert, but I also know he was there because they needed some tech support, and Jim was there to make sure that sound system was working. So, it's we need to support these volunteers with our team. So I think ongoing makes a lot of sense here, but I as much as I like that we want to see it on staff reports, I think we want to see it in work plans too. CAO, we want to make sure that it's something that we're consciously doing as we move it forward. Go ahead, Councillor Butwell.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's also something that it would be lovely to see built into our work culture. That idea of providing those supports and promoting these organizations that are volunteer driven. But I think that's really important for us to really absorb and for it to be part of it. I think that will go a long way as well to touch on some other things in this report. We talk about customer service, and that can be very challenging sometimes, but what we can do together is greater than what we can do on our own.
Agreed. So support, engage, and promote is what I've written of volunteerism in the community and ongoing. Anyone else? So we flip over to what is currently called Develop a Robust Economic Development and Tourism Framework. And before we start going down the list, I'm going to take a 10-minute recess so I can eat my dinner. And we flip over to what is currently called we're already there. Develop a robust economic development and tourism framework. Because we've only managed to get through 3 of the 9 items on this list, I would like to speed it up a little bit. I would love to get through this document tonight so that we can all mosey off into the summer and give staff some time to compile this information for us. So if we can continue our commitment to regional economic development, tourism, the Economic Development Department, I suggest that's ongoing. Mr. Hagerman, would you agree?
Yep, I think it's flourishing.
You think it's flourishing? Is that
Yeah.
what you said? Good for you. I agree with you, actually. I think everyone seems to be coming together across the board. Advocate for and seek opportunities to help provide stable, reliable, and affordable internet. From a rural perspective, that rollout should be completed by 2025. In Brighton, well, across the county, in Brighton, it should be by the end of next year. So I'm just going to, I think if we write December 2025 on here, and of course, in the urban area, that responsibility lies with the utility companies. So we see them doing that. We're getting the complaints about the infrastructure work. So it must be happening. Develop a local economic development strategy. Mr. Hagerman.
Yeah, I think this is something we can budget for in 2024.
When would you anticipate something like this would be completed?
Probably be a 3 to 6 month process. So
End of December, so January 1st, 2025.
correct. Yes. Yeah.
Council okay with that? Yep, thank you.
I'll
Yours,
try not to keep it quick. So I'm looking at our previous strat plan, Ben, and I see that we've covered a lot of that because it was due April 2020. Terms of reference, all of that is done. Retention and business succession planning. Are those kind of things that will be part of this local strategy? I'm just taking items from the old strat plan.
Well, we did do a business retention and expansion survey to local, hit up about close to 70 local businesses about a year ago this time.
Yeah.
We gave that presentation. So there was a lot of information and data that
Yeah.
came from that report. I couldn't tell you the full scope of what the economic development strategy will fully look like.
Yeah.
I would think succession planning and retention will be part of it.
Yeah.
But
So that was just my question as far as like some of those initiatives will be rolled out of that from that business and retention.
yeah, like
And business attraction. I
Like
know we've been
even-
doing a good job, but
like even something like the career fair was a direct was something that came right out of that BRNE.
okay, thank you.
thank you. Anyone else? Develop a community improvement plan for brownfield remediation, et cetera, et cetera. I think who wants to field this one?
Well, to the mayor, the chairman, I guess, committee of the whole, we'd probably take this off. We do have the policy framework. However, with finance, maybe we need to look at the budget for implementing these programs. But the policy framework has been adopted by council, and the county still, I don't think they finally adopted it yet. So I've been pestering them about it. They felt that maybe it wasn't necessary to get a county OP amendment that's concurrent. So I'm just waiting for confirmation of that.
We're okay removing this, knowing we're waiting for the county to get back to us, but the plans are in place.
Should we just change develop to implement?
I've been waiting for Paul to say go to get marketing it. So that
Concur.
So if we say implement, when would those be implemented? I know we're waiting on others, but assuming that happens by the end of this year, when would that happen?
Well, I think we can assume that. And so I'm thinking the next budget. So we have $20,000 for brownfields budget now. So we don't have to wait on that component. So it's a matter of any funds that we may want to put through downtown revitalization, which we've been talking about here tonight. So I think that's of interest to council. So let's put it on the budget next year's budget.
March 2024.
If Director of Finance concurs. Yeah.
Everyone okay? Council okay? Attract a full service hotel, Mr. Hagerman, with a pool. And a water slide
So
and a pub. Sorry, I said I wanted to go quickly and then we got goofing around.
yeah, so I would say this is ongoing. I don't know about a date at all.
So I agree. I agree that the
The-
attraction is ongoing. I would like to put a date on here just so that we can say council wants to have a hotel in Brighton by X date. Councilor Wheeldon.
Thank you. This was the third most popular item on the public consultation list.
What's reasonable? If someone were to come along today and say, yep, I'm ready to go, what would the reasonably expect a hotel to be given approvals and constructed? A year?
But yeah,
So
we have had
I know.
like people we've shown lands to.
Oh, I know. Yeah, I get it.
Through the chair, I'm just thinking, there was a hotel feasibility study down in Prince Edward County, and they shopped that up really hard. Still couldn't get a full service hotel. And maybe because of all the short-term accommodation that they have, but and their tourism economy down in the county with the wineries, et cetera, well, you put a factor on that, how much more they have there than here. It's the winter that kills tourism here. The shoulders of the season aren't very broad, more like a trout. And but there are some new formats. It may not be a full service hotel, but I'm understanding the new formats where it's self-entry, like more like a full Airbnb.
Right.
It's a self-serve hotel. So it may not be a full service hotel, but there are some new concepts. So I just throw that out there to
January
qualify.
2027 sound good for everyone? Yeah. If the construction is underway, you'll be able to take credit for it. January 2027?
Yeah. Partnerships, it's called partnerships.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, that sounds fine. I think sitting and waiting for somebody to come and say, well, we will build a hotel there. I think it's, what I've seen is you have to be proactive and go after it. You need to put out the word that we are in the market. We are looking for investors. We are looking for property owners that come forward. And there is some opportunities out there, but we need to continue to pound on their doors. And that's the only way it's going to happen. And to build it from ground up, you can do it in a year. But we're talking limited service is probably what we're looking. That's the term for it. It's not where you get your bed and breakfast. You get your breakfast and you get the pool and away you go. And that's it. And you might only be looking like at 40 rooms or to 60. 60's the number that they like to use for to make it viable. But Trenton has, and the Travel Lodge I'm just going to use an example, 42 rooms, 40 sitting there in Trenton. Travel Lodge is doing very well. It doesn't look like it because it's empty during the day and full at night. And that's what limited hotels look like. So, there is areas here that could be done. And our feasibility study sort of lent itself to that type of operation. And we did have some people look at an opportunity here possibly, and it was limited service. And if we could start with that, and you're talking about a pool, they love to have small pools in them too. So, but we need to knock on some doors.
We're not in operations, Deputy Mayor, and I get what you're saying, but our goal here tonight is to
okay,
set some
so
goalposts.
we can move the process along faster, though. I think.
Understood, and
All right.
I think staff are probably hearing what you have to say as well. And
Okay.
we'll get some work plans in place after we're settled here. So we're moving on. I've got January 2027. Develop a mechanism for short-term accommodation licensing, municipal accommodation tax, revenues, resident complaints. Is that not included in our software package, all of that?
Yep.
So that's been purchased or is being purchased?
Yep, it's been-
And will be implemented in short order.
Yeah. Yes.
Can we remove this from our strategic plan? It's done. Regulate the operation of unlicensed businesses. Anyone talk to me about this?
I'm not familiar with the source of that, other than needing to make sure that all the STAs get licensed.
That's not what this is
So
saying.
that's not what that says.
Anyone?
We don't currently offer business licenses in Brighton.
So let's remove this from the list. Everyone okay if we remove it? Develop, implement a downtown revitalization strategy. Mr. Hagerman?
I think this would be a whole separate study from the economic development strategy that would probably come either in 25 or 26.
So we're going to put January 2026 for that one. Fair?
Yes.
Anyone object? Good. Increase the economic base, increase in commercial industrial base. That's an ongoing affair, I think. Anyone disagree with that? Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just jump in here. We've already talked about developing a local economic development strategy. I think these last two items could be encapsulated within that strategy. Obviously, we're going to be promoting and trying to build the economic base, both residential and the IC&I sector, and supporting the local development of businesses. So I'm wondering if we could collapse those two into the economic development strategy.
We'll just scratch those. We know we're getting a strategy. That strategy will have some implementation plans that we'll hear about. Everybody comfortable with that? I have an ink emergency. You have an extra pen? Thank you. And so here I have written, I don't want your highlighter, your crayons. I have written heritage here because I don't think anywhere else in this plan do we talk about the built heritage of the community. Is that right? Support ongoing built heritage initiatives. Scratching it from the bottom of this page. Good. Scratching that because that will be included there. So flipping over to workable and livable community. Support ongoing built heritage initiatives. Director Walsh, would you say this is ongoing?
Yes, it's ongoing, and the Heritage Committee's pretty gung-ho.
Any objections to that? Prepare a sustainability plan. You want to speak to this, please, Councillor Wheeldon?
I do. This is also mentioned at on a later page. Now Director Walsh and I had a conversation this week about the difference in nomenclature between a sustainability plan and a climate action plan, and the one that's on a later page is a what is it? Climate change strategy, and you can call it any number of things, but it covers the same general umbrella of things. I obviously think that it's a high priority, and it shows up multiple times in this document, so we can address it now or later.
So the preparation of a sustainability plan, I would think, would involve the Sustainability Advisory Committee as well as planning. And when would we anticipate that could be done, should be done, etc.?
This week, the Environmental Sustainability Committee passed a resolution that we will see at our next council meeting that urges council to hire someone to create a sustainability plan, and specifically to create a position that can on an ongoing basis implement said plan.
So we'd have to go through a budget cycle. and
But
then-
we did set aside $65,000 for sustainability initiatives,
Right.
which was always my intention for that, but we left it broad, not knowing how this year was going to turn out.
Right.
We are at a point where if we were to initiate that now with the funds already set aside, it would more than cover the salary for the rest of the year, and we could add that salary on to next year's budget to maintain that position.
Is everyone comfortable with that? Go ahead.
I'm just going to jump in here and I'm just going to share with the gang my experiences with respect to preparation of sustainability plan. And I'm coming from the Planning Act and Paul and I had a discussion about this this afternoon, and I've had some experience about 5-8 years ago with respect to doing a comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw and incorporating within that sustainability policies. So which are very critical. So you can really marry them in together if you like. And I know that on your hit list is a comprehensive review of the OP and zoning bylaw. So in the normal course, I would expect that sustainability policies will flow out of that.
Comments? Go ahead.
I definitely agree. I think that there is a level of complexity that goes beyond just the OP. The OP is a central aspect of that because a climate action plan certainly includes zoning, but it would also include building retrofits. It would include active transportation. It would include programs and frankly a whole lot of grant writing that goes beyond the scope of the official plan. And so in order to do it well, it does require coordinated implementation that frankly would be a significant burden on the senior staff if they were tasked with doing it all without a centralized person to coordinate that, if that makes sense.
We put September 2024. Would that make sense to you?
In order to have a person or in order to have a plan?
Sorry, you're right. In order to have a plan. So, yeah.
Yeah, I would definitely agree that would be a good time to have a plan. And so how we get it by then
Becomes a discussion at budget and through other work plans and through staff recommendations, right?
Yes, and the committee resolution that will
Right.
come up next month.
Right.
Yes, so on the sustainability front, there may be a number of layers there. So on a policy layer, it would probably be more or less reflect within the official plan because the Planning Act is basically set up that way. But when it comes to actual implementation of things like standards, so we had a good presentation by CSA and they this week, and they have a lot of different standards there that might be related, but we may want to develop our own standards for stormwater management systems to adjust to higher peak flow storm events, et cetera. So there's going to be different layers in this. So the plan might be a policy framework within official plan, guidelines for other things, standards for infrastructure, et cetera. So to kick all this off, what the committee also talked about was having maybe a consultant get us steering in the right direction, and then maybe hiring a sustainability officer to do the implementation of that report.
I'm certainly open to either of those things, but we pay for it either way. Having somebody who wrote the plan able to implement it might be more advantageous and cheaper in the long run.
All discussions we can have at budget. September 2024, everyone okay with that? Develop planning policies that require developers to build multi-unit, multi-residential affordable, in quotations, housing units. Director Walsh.
Again, I think we have some pretty good official plan policies for this, but it might need more program oriented details about what would constitute affordable housing from a complete application perspective. So it would be good to have something to give developers when they're putting the concept of the development together for affordable housing. And I've been telling people now anything above grade or below grade can be considered affordable. Like a stacked townhouse, for example, or a basement additional dwelling unit. So some of these things might help. We've been doing it ad hoc now, decision by decision. But it'd be useful to have something upfront saying, this is council's position on affordable housing, and this is how you can achieve your objectives.
I don't think I'd be going too far to say this is a high priority. I think everybody, certainly from our friends at the province, would suggest that it's a high priority for us. With that said, when would we be able to expect a report and some policies for council's consideration?
How about mid or late fall this year?
So I'm gonna say December 23. Okay. Everyone okay with that? Development and implementation of the Transportation Master Plan initiatives, Public Works, Director Whiteman, when can we anticipate the Transportation Master Plan to be complete?
We've just received submissions for the RFP. It closed on Thursday last week. So I would say fall of next year, a year and a bit.
Fall, September, October, November,
October.
2024?
Yes,
And that's for the development of a transportation master plan.
that's correct.
And I'm going to remove and implementation because we will want to see
Ongoing.
the strategies that come out of that and a report prioritizing those from a staff level. Is everyone okay with that?
Can we add implementation as another point on here?
We can, of course, that's council's decision, but I think we would automatically do that because we're developing the plan. The plan will
Right.
come to council and staff will give us recommendations on how to roll it out.
I agree.
So what, we'll October 2024, we'll be able to check this box, and sometime in 2020, early 2025, we'll revisit this document anyway, and we'll want to change, develop to implement
Perfect. Thank you.
and put a new strategy in place. Enhance public transportation. Chief Administrative Officer.
I'm going to jump in here,
Mhm.
and I'm wondering if, given that we've just approved the development of a transportation master plan, pretty all-encompassing document, and it's going to stretch from corner to corner for the municipality. So I'm wondering whether we can collapse the next two items into the development of a transportation master plan, and with the understanding that we're going to be dealing with these two particular items within that document.
As recommendations that come out of that document. Any objections? Facilitate the redevelopment of the former gas station, Max property, Prince Edward Street, et cetera, et cetera. That's ongoing and has been for years, but it really is ongoing. Yeah, go ahead, Director.
Well, we met with the landowner there in the mayor's office, and we've since received a concept plan from his architect, and we've started that pre-consultation. So it would be a big enhancement for that corner of what's been presented so far. And our brownfield CIP policy may also prove beneficial in this case.
Everyone okay with it saying ongoing? Go ahead.
Thank you, through the mayor. I'll ask, residential, commercial?
Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Yeah, so the ask from staff to the proponent is that there be an inviting public presence on the main grade at the front. So basically retail, restaurant, and then above that, residential. So there is a seniors component too. But they haven't really given up a lot of floor plans and things like that. So that's one of our asks, like please provide more detail and more elevation drawings so we can see what this all looks like. Thick story. Yeah.
Well, now the cat's out of the bag. With full fire suppression, correct? That is correct, yes. Microphone.
Ask about it because we're talking about that property. Has it been tidied up lately?
Yeah, it was mowed last week.
I didn't notice it.
I think we did it.
Oh, good, good stuff.
Did we? I think we did it. Yeah. Well, I think we got someone to do it. Yes. So that invoice will go back to the property owner.
Very good.
Just because you've piqued my curiosity, you brought up restaurant. And we're talking what's in the ground there,
Yeah.
because that was kind of a holdback before.
There are some covenants, restricted covenants registered on title on that property, and the landowner would have to work with the former landowner to have those removed in order to move forward with this concept, but that's on them. And we can help them find someone to help them, but I think we're doing that.
Yeah, we've got, I have to double back to the manager of approval to see exactly what, he's asked them to change or present, right? We're really kind of stuck on the parking question right now, because it's a lot of units, a lot of space, not a lot of parking. So they've gotten some things wrong in terms of interpreting the parking under the zoning, but we can provide relief for zoning. We've got other tools for that, but it also has to just work and not monopolize public parking spaces for everybody else. So that's where we're kind of hung up right now. But the project involves the extra property, not the vacant one, but the other one to the north of it. So he owns that too. So there is a bit more space there. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll move on. Okay. Identify natural heritage assets, including those owned by others, Lower Trent, Ducks Unlimited, Northumberland County. I'd add the Nature Conservancy. Go ahead, Councillor Wilden.
This goes along with what I had mentioned earlier about doing a natural asset inventory, not just for municipally owned properties, but for all of Brighton, including privately owned and institution or association owned properties.
Did we capture that somewhere already? Or did we just chat about it and say we'd deal with it later?
We talked about it on the first page, I think. Yes, the very first goal, update asset management plan. And I had said that this would be an extra step beyond what is required of us.
Right. So the update, the asset management plan, et cetera, on the first, as the first strategy is a municipal corporate thing, right?
Yes.
And this is a separate one.
This is a separate one, but it's a good opportunity to do it all at once.
Any idea how long that would take? Well, let me ask council, is this a high, medium, or low priority? I'm hearing low. You're medium, low, medium?
Mayor, the council just was really intended by taking inventory. That can be done fairly quickly. And just to show a map where these things are, it'll just be based on ownership as it's described, if that's the intent. So yeah, that can be done in quite short order, and that'll be a first step of identifying what we have, but what we do with that after that, I'm not sure what the intent of this item is.
Councillor Wilden?
Thank you. A few years ago, an organization called MNAI, it's not just an inventory, but it's an evaluation of the natural assets. MNAI did this for Northumberland County and determined the value to Northumberland County of the Northumberland County forest. They did not at that time do any at the municipal level. We are now required to do that for municipally owned properties to determine the value of those natural assets as part of our asset management plan. And I would say that particularly because Brighton relies on provincial parks and conservation authority parks for most of our usable parkland in Brighton, or a good chunk of it, we need to know what that's worth to us. if we want to actually preserve not just what we have, but maybe to be able to value what others own in our community and maybe orient policy around preserving and enhancing and leveraging that.
So this isn't just about identifying.
It's the value.
So I'm hearing it's a medium priority. Council, when would we want something like this done?
Could we add M&R to that? as
I
well?
did, yeah.
Oh, did you?
I'll circle back to that. but
Oh, okay.
I've added M&R, the Nature Conservancy, and Ontario Parks MECP to it. Yeah. Pardon me. I'm not sure if Northumberland Land Trust has any assets in the municipality, but it'd be worth knowing.
I think they might.
I think you're right. Now that I'm
Near Goodrich, I think, but I think that being a medium priority, my instinct is to say 2025, since we've really front loaded a lot of these things. That said, this is the kind of thing that would probably show up in a sustainability plan. And so if we get that by end of 2024, then we're looking at having a clearer timeline for this aspect of it at that point.
so if I put December 2025, it might organically happen before that anyway, is what you're saying. Okay. So just to go back, I've written identify and evaluate natural heritage assets, including those under everything written here already. And then I've added the Nature Conservancy of Canada, Ministry of Natural Resources, Ontario Parks, in brackets MECP, and the Northumberland Land Trust. Am I missing anybody? We could just put et al. And we'll put et al. Afterward. Okay. Advocate for rail service stop. I'll just say I've been doing this for 8 years. It's an ongoing thing. We will not see a rail service stop in Brighton until such time as there is a high speed, high frequency, whatever the government's calling it this year, rail service that runs from Montreal to Ottawa to Peterborough to Toronto and alleviates the capacity along the lakeshore line. If I've heard that once from our friends at VIA, I've heard it probably 8 times. So we can continue to advocate. We can write that it's ongoing. At the end of the day, the best we can hope for is that they will increase stops at Belleville and Trenton and Cobourg. They took the Cobourg one away and have not returned it post-COVID. Maybe they've done the same in Belleville. I don't know. Shocking. So ongoing, everyone okay with that? Advocate for bus service stop. I would say we certainly have, we've started with a commuter connect across the county. It is a significantly expensive program for the taxpayer on a subsidized basis. My humble opinion is it needs to be it needs to stop where the people are rather than asking the people to go to it at the highway. And that's something I will continue to advocate for at the county level. But unless and until that commuter connect bus is utilized to its better capacity, the chances of I don't even know who's running buses anymore. Megabus, I guess, is the one now coming to Brighton, I think are fairly limited. So can we just put ongoing for that one too? Secondary plan, that's underway, is it not? Director, when can we expect it to be done?
Yeah, it's pivoted a couple of times and we had a good chat session this past week. And so we've simplified it quite a bit. And so we're expecting, I've given them a goal for the end of the year.
Before the end of this year?
Yeah.
So December 2023, get you lots of runway?
That would be kind of now their project plan does spill into 24, so it'll give me February 2024.
I'm generous, March 24. Everyone okay with that? Oh, man. Thank you. I should have just had, we should have just, we knew this was going to be going on more than 3 hours. So it's moved by Councillor Rowley and seconded by Councillor Butwell that council extend this meeting to, I would often say it's natural conclusion, but that might be longer than we want to stay. So to 9 p.m. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Any opposed? Motion's carried. Public safety. Complete a comprehensive review of the fire master plan, et cetera, et cetera. Chief, when can we expect that to be completed?
So we should have that to council by September, and then hopefully implementation of the first of the new year, depending on what strategies and recommendations we approve.
Including the development of an implementation strategy. You think that will be when?
It'll start early in 24.
So can I say March 24?
Sure.
Everyone okay with that? Construct a combined new fire ambulance station. Chief, when's that going to be done?
Call it extreme home makeover. No.
Yeah.
So right now the land deal closes on July 6th. We have some commitments we have to make to fill that deal by September 1st. I think engineering and conceptual drawings should start right away. Hopefully have something in January, and then we can hopefully move forward with the RFP process in early 24.
When would you anticipate cutting the ribbon, Chief?
If all the stars lined up, probably by the end of 24.
So March 2025?
Yeah.
I still think you're dreaming in Technicolor, but let's see what happens.
You need a wager? No.
I said, I still think you're dreaming in Technicolor, but let's see what happens. Plan for an over underpass at John Street. Do we want to say plan? Do we want to say construct? I guess that would depend on what comes out of the secondary planning process, right?
Yeah, there's actually the secondary plan focused on the greenfield sites, but part of that is this transportation schedule of future streets. So I'm just going to throw that in that. Yeah, but that's easy compared to an EA process, et cetera.
Right. Would that also be included in transportation master plan?
Yes.
Okay. So I don't want to yank it out of the strategic plan. Do we want plan for, or do we want construct? And because that's a totally different animal.
Are we sure that it can be constructed?
No, I guess we're not. So plan for, and when would we have that plan ready? Gentlemen? I'm going to write down the earliest date you both say. Go.
January 2025.
Yeah, there you go. January 25, thank you. Develop and design of a connecting link between the industrial park, County Road 64. About the same time? Yeah.
Yes.
January 2025. Enhancement of bylaw traffic enforcement, complaint basis proactive hybrid model. CO?
I'm going to jump in here and maybe do a tag team. What we heard from council and from the community is that they want to move or pivot away from a complaint basis bylaw enforcement system to more of a hybrid system whereby we continue on a complaint basis, but we're a little bit more proactive than what we have. And my experience is there's always a balance. You can have 5 bylaw enforcement officers if you want, and then the pendulum goes over here and you get all the complaints that you're being in my business sort of thing. But I think that we're transitioning from complaint basis maybe to a hybrid, and it's a fluid situation. We'll see how that goes and then adjust accordingly. But I think we heard that from council and the community, that they wanted us to be a little bit more proactive in that regard. And that's why we suggested just that.
Timing?
Sorry, I'm gonna say by the end of this year.
So would that be as part of a budget process? So March 2024? Everyone okay with that? Review of bylaw complaints policy?
Yeah, that can probably come in about the same time. I don't know that we really need to get the budget, so we can probably look at that, having that done by the end of the year. Have had some initial discussions with bylaw enforcement officers, so we have some ideas that way. So it shouldn't be too hard to craft and get it before you.
December 23? You think so?
Yeah.
Everyone okay with that? Enhanced pedestrian safety, accessibility? Anyone want to speak to this? Go ahead.
Is that going to be covered in the transportation master plan as well?
Mr. Whitman?
I would say yes, there is active transportation or modes of transport, so more so in terms of what active transportation that we would be what would come out of them in terms of recommendations.
Shall we remove it as a strategy for now? And then let's see what the report says? Or do we want to keep it in here? Deputy Mayor?
Would the accessibility portion of that be included in the traffic master plan?
Mr. Whitman?
I'm not really sure. I think accessibility is more, I guess.
I think it'd be something.
It's hard to actually answer, but I would say yes. Yes.
What's going on? Candace losing her mind over here? What's going on? What's happening? You're good? All right. Well, flail your arms around then. Go ahead, Councilor Rowley.
I do have a question when we talk about enhanced, well, we're talking about the whole traffic master plan. Will that master plan also cover, like I'm thinking Smithfield, where there are some pedestrian issues, or there have been some pedestrian safety issues? Is that all included, or is this kind of separate of that?
No, I think it's all encompassing. Director?
It's all encompassing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's become quite a monster, I think. I think so. Yeah. It's not just what we originally conceptualized for this. It's everywhere. So do we want a date for enhanced pedestrian safety, or do we want to see what comes out of that? Want to see what comes out of that? Okay, so then we're going to remove it as a strategy for now. I would suggest the same for the next one. Advocate for the relocation of EDR. We haven't heard, have we? If we have not heard. So we have requested delegation at AMO for this purpose. So we're going to write ongoing here. I told you we can get through this. Just got to motivate people. Affordable and attainable housing strategy. I was referring to myself, by the way. Development of a land banking program. Director?
Had conversations with an appraiser and a landowner Wednesday. So things are nudging along. So I think it's going to be a expensive undertaking,
Yeah.
but I think I would like to get something before council in terms of an offer. And I'll just leave it at that for now.
So that's one specific piece of property, but we're talking about the development of a program. So a strategy that would have us.
I would like to further have the program articulated through a business model showing how basically a pro forma on how revenues generated from maybe the development of a land parcel owned by the municipality would then go into a reserve fund and to sustain the program. Yeah, so we need a bit of a business model there. So that might be a budget item to get somebody in to do that for us. So maybe March 2024.
Well, March will be when the budget was finalized, and then you need the person in to do the work. So we're really talking probably March 2025.
If you go that extra step, for
Yeah.
sure.
For the actual development of the program.
Right.
Everyone okay with that?
If I may, Mayor.
Yeah.
There's still those two properties for sale right across from Sobeys, and I just itch every time I see them. There's an apartment building right there. Really? Okay. Okay. I need to get out more.
Development of a mixed residential growth plan, inclusive of financial incentives. Director? Yeah, that was my look too.
I'm not sure the origin of that. I kind of like the concept as it's described here, but I think the idea is that we have policies on mixed land use, so that that's a sustainable land development model. Essentially, there is a lead standard for neighborhood design, and it calls for mixed use, so that live, work, shop is all within a walking distance, a 15-minute neighborhood. So I think that's what that's coming from. But then to implement that, we'll need to have some partnerships with the developer and see what incentives we can do to bring that about. And probably, if I'm reading this correctly, inferring that we also have some affordable housing in that form of development. So that would strongly link the land banking program. And but we can develop a policy just to refer back to the lead neighborhood design standards. And that might be as simple as that.
Do we not already have these kinds of policies through our OP?
That's a good question. In general, I would say yes. And not so much as to say you shall do the lead standard, but a general policy framework, mixed use is encouraged, yes. But it tends to be the old fashioned official plan that segregates residential from commercial, et cetera. Still.
Right. Go ahead, Jeff.
Do we not already have another look at the OP in this document?
We do.
Okay, so we can put the same date on it then?
Would that make sense?
That would work. Yeah, that would work, yes.
Councillor Butwell, you to comment? What is that date? Ah, there it is. January 26. Streamline the planning approval process, Director.
Sure, I guess there might be some concerns that we're not streamlining the process when we add enhanced public engagement. So that's some bit of feedback I've gotten, but it all depends on the quality of the first submission, really. And if it's looking problematic, that's when I try and expand the scope of consultation. So I think what we can do is give maybe council a little bit more discernment in giving exemptions from what would be an otherwise robust process, as long as we feel that the quality of that project is going forward. So, and there's other streamlining processes. I mean, Bill 23 has done a lot of that. So, I have some ideas on that, and I think it's just going to be a matter of a good concept with good information from front end, that we can streamline it. It's all about quality in, quality out.
I think we have a reasonably streamlined process in Brighton for, a crew of 4 people, pardon me, at our planning department. And, there's always room for improvement. We know that to be true, but I'll go to Councillor Wheeldon.
Thank you. As an agent for a landowner who is currently in the middle of the process and have been for the last 2 years, I would say that the good information up front is really critical. We were on the planning meeting agenda before something that I hadn't considered as an inexperienced agent came up that has now effectively stopped our project. Could have saved 2 years of work if we had thought of it up front. So that information piece, we can work on that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to acknowledge that, and I don't feel good from that. to be honest with you. And so we did make some changes that for a complete application that there's different information gathered at that time. And that means staff needs to drill down further sooner. So suggested to Leslie and others is that maybe there'd be an extra fee in the fee and charges bylaw for that extra activity on an individual basis. It means more running around for persons like yourself, but then that we have that as part of our complete application. So we just know that the homework has been drilled down a little bit more. So we've talked about that and we're on side with that, but it does mean more work for certain individuals at different times. So we should probably have something in the fees and charges for that extra activity as well.
Thank you, Councillor Butwell. Councillor Wright.
Just wondering if part of the streamlining thought was like better IT program in that process.
Good point. Thanks for making that point. Yes, currently we don't have like a citywide program. Citywide is what the Public Works uses for their asset management. And it looks like a really good program, and the IT master plan consultant spoke well of it. I was a little shy about putting another $50,000 out for planning and building and bylaw, given that would probably translate into another $100, $200 a permit sort of thing. So on a deck or a railing, that's kind of high. But we could really handle some kind of IT system to better track applications and the timing of them, and communicate those timelines to developers so that they're not trying to dig a hole tomorrow when they haven't got their site plan approval yet, which happened today.
Shocking. So streamline planning approval process. What do you think? When can that be done? Given our conversation today.
Well, we kind of unilaterally made some changes that will have improved it already. So it's basically ongoing with our continuous improvement process, and in our public engagement, I think we'll throw, identify some processes in there too. And through the budget, I was hoping to get some IT. Really, we just need something simple. I don't think we need to spend the 50 grand. I think we need somebody who's good at MS Access for a few months, and it's worked for Lower Trent. They have a good system. They go through a lot of volume, track it really closely, really efficiently. So I think we just need to kind of do something like that, and it costs them very little.
Everyone comfortable with ongoing? Consider policy development to increase affordable housing through high density housing. I'm going to change the wording to read develop policies to increase affordable housing through high density housing. Otherwise, we can consider things all day long. We should actually do something. So develop policies to increase affordable housing through high density housing. Director.
I think you'll find something through the secondary plan for that, because a lot of the greenfield areas are on some major collectors and arterials. So we'll articulate some high density policies and mixed use policies within the secondary plan.
March 2024.
Yes, please.
Everyone okay with that? Identify available lands, property for social housing opportunities in partnership with the county.
Yeah, we've actually completed that. I think it can be taken off. The county gave us a long list of roll numbers and went through every one, evaluated every piece of land, and really there weren't any.
Yeah. Guess we probably all could have told you that. Gone. Moving on to repair and maintain critical infrastructure. Develop increase investment in infrastructure maintenance plan that includes funding models for road sidewalk replacement. Go ahead.
Sure. I'm just going to jump in here and do a bit of a tag team here. I think this is what we heard from council as they went around during their election campaigns, and I think this is what we also heard during the community engagement process that took place over the course of the last couple months. And I know that We're drilling down, trying to put together long-term strategies. We've come out with 7-year plans for surface treatment. We've come out with 5-year plans on hard topping and reconstruction. So we're trying to take a longer term view. And we're firstly, and secondly, we're trying to do it more efficiently so we can get more bang for the dollar at the end of the day. So, you know, we're trying to do more roads, we're trying to do more sidewalks, we're trying to elevate the level of service that we provide in that regard. And I think for anybody who's walked around the community in the last 3-4 years, you'll notice the changes in sidewalks. As an example, we noticed that we're falling down in that area, and we focused accordingly and put together a bit of a 5-year game plan. And I think now you see the results. When we're back to where we should be, where instead of spending $300,000 a year to catch up, we're now spending $60,000 to maintain. So we've heard that game plan, we've heard that concern, and we're developing a plan and trying to put more money. We have a budget process and a budget guideline from previous council saying just that. Let's spend more money in capital. And I think through our treasurer, she's been trying to increase the level of what I'll say investment in hard services by about 3 points per year, 3 net points per year over the course of the last, 3 or 4 years or so. And that's effective. So we're starting to see the results in that regard. So we just need to carry on with that initiative.
We're calling that ongoing? Is that what I'm hearing? Director?
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, we are also doing the completing of the roads needs study as well. So we just to throw that out there, and hopefully in conjunction with the asset management plan, we have some sort of they reinforce each other. Let's say that.
So will that also be completed by June 2025?
The road needs study should be completed by the fall of this year.
Okay. Everyone okay with ongoing for this strategy? Implement the stormwater master plan recommendations. Are we not doing that?
Yes, and that's ongoing, starting basically with the stormwater master plans and the maintenance schedules that we need to do. That's ongoing, and yeah.
Because I do continue to hear from resident experts that we aren't implementing the stormwater master plan recommendations, and I continue to say that that is untrue. And I want to make sure that I am in fact correct, that we have and are implementing the recommendations from the stormwater master plan.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'm going to write ongoing. Everyone okay with that? Prepare a water supply continuity plan. So this is about twinning a water main and or having an alternate access to water through the municipality, reminding everyone that between 2014 and 2018, we had 2 water main breaks that stopped the supply of water before the fork in the road at Alice Street, shutting off all the water to the urban area twice. And so we've asked for this plan, and we have yet to see one. So I'm curious when we will.
We're well aware of the redundancy that's needed, and with the appointment of the water supervisor, I've asked him to make it a priority.
Any idea when that plan might come forward?
Let's say the fall, let's say December 2024.
Everyone okay with that? Go ahead.
Will that include any kind of consideration with water, the wells that we have north of Highway 2 as well? West of town, Chatton's Hill up there, don't we own some municipal wells up that way?
Where?
Highway 2 West?
Oh, we have like up Huff Road.
Yeah,
I said the chat.
We don't have wells. We have land up there. I'm not sure.
We had a well.
I don't believe so.
We
I
have a
believe so.
water source. We
The-
could.
Well, I think the council and staff of the day believe there was a water source up there. I'm not sure how viable that is today. Go ahead, Director.
So we don't have any asset there other than the land, and
Right.
it's owned by the water department on Percy Street, I think it is.
Percy. Yes, thank you. At the top end of Percy. Yeah, maybe we could put some affordable housing on it. They have water, maybe not. There was also some talk back when we were initially talking about twinning this line about a water tower further to the east so that our friends in Smithfield could hook up to municipal water, but I don't know if that still exists in the concept, but we'll wait and see what December 2024 brings. Everyone okay with that? Develop a long-term sustainability plan for water and wastewater services. Director?
Yeah, I think on the wastewater side, I think it ties in with the upgrade to our treatment system. So I think that's noted at the bottom there. I think the water is more to do with, in my estimation, with continuity and the redundancy that we just spoke on.
From a capacity perspective, what kind of capacity in terms of years do we have at both of the plants? Taking into mind the upgrades, which I know aren't capacity related.
I would say we're looking possibly at 6,000 cubes per day for the upgrade. Might stand to be corrected. I think that's what we're looking at, hopefully. We're going to engage with the consultants next week. So I might stand to be corrected, but that's what I think we spoke on. On the water side, I don't think there were any issues.
No issues at all. We have a lot of water capacity is my understanding, and we won't need an upgrade for a long time. So are you suggesting that wastewater capacity levels will increase as a result of what we're doing?
I think I don't know if we're planning for 15, 20 years out. So there might be necessity for capacity to be considered. So again, I think it's early in terms of the design. Conceptually, we have something on paper, but it's not, could change. A lot of that depends on the input that we give to our consultants.
Council, okay, removing the strategy? If we don't need to develop a long-term strategy because we already seem to have one? Go ahead, Councillor Ferretis.
Through the chair, thank you. A little while back, I circulated an article regarding the city of Kingston implementing impost fees under the Municipal Act as a way of garnering funds for capital infrastructure upgrades for water and wastewater, which was an authority granted under the Municipal Act. A developer appealed it 3 times, or appealed it, had 3 arguments and lost all 3 in the Ontario Court of Appeals. So it would appear to be a source of funding for us to assist us going forward in this plan and any further rollouts and enhancements it might need. So my question is part of this plan an assessment of those impost fees as adopted by Kingston part of our forward looking to address capital needs?
Any comments from members of staff? CAO?
I'm going to do a tag team, and I'm looking at our treasurer here. We're embarking upon a rate study for both water and sewer. That's part of sustainability and financial capability, I suppose, and what the community can afford. So that I'm not sure exactly where that is, Linda. It's either ongoing or about to get ongoing, and we've got the new information from you over the course of the last, I don't know, month or so. And maybe we can flip that into our analysis and see what comes out of it at the end of the day. Jump in here.
Well, I was just going to say that I think that the expertise that Watson's provides to us would probably, that would be the best person to ask is Peter, to find out what the downfall may be. Because if everybody's not doing it, there may be a downfall. And maybe it's beneficial. I'm not sure.
Thank you. So I've made a couple notes and I'll circle back to both of those discussion points. The development of a long-term sustainable strategy for water and wastewater. Everyone okay if we remove that? We seem to have water and wastewater through the long term. Design and construct industrial park servicing, streetlights, wetland reclamation. CAO?
So I'll just jump in here and we can do a tag team either with Paul or Ben or whoever. Part of our sales pitch is to have a serviced industrial park. And 3 or 4 years ago, when I arrived, while we were marketing, we were selling serviced industrial lands. They weren't serviced and only got serviced maybe last year or a couple of years ago. So we have services in place, water, sewer, gas. We do not have street lights. And part of the analysis that we've been undertaking over the course of the last couple of years is with respect to concerns that have been raised by Lower Trent. And in particular, they've, I'm trying to think of the verbiage here, they've restricted the use of about 10 to 11 lots within our small industrial park, suggesting that they're wetlands and that we would have very restricted use. So we have done some analysis in that regard, and we need to take a scientific approach back to Lower Trent Conservation Authority, try and reclaim those 10 or 11 lots, because 10 or 11 lots are valuable. And if we can build on those lots and create some economic activity as a result of that, so be it for us. So that's why I've included it as a strategy, making sure that we have a fully serviced industrial park, number one, and secondly, making sure that we maximize the use of the existing land base that we have in place. So we're trying to go after 10 or 11 lots, and I'm all about pushing our team to get the science in front of Lower Trent and then use our representatives. We have the 2 representatives on Lower Trent and make a pitch to the Conservation Authority and reclaim those lands so we can sell them at the end of the day.
Go ahead, Director.
The streetlight contract is going to be signed as well really soon. I think they'll have to bring a bylaw forward, but the award is going out now.
Do you have anything to add, Mr. Hagerman? I saw your light come on. No is a perfectly legitimate answer. Thank you. So in terms of design and construct the industrial park, considering those 2 items, streetlights and wetland reclamation, when do you think we could anticipate of next year? March 2024. Everyone okay with that? Commence inflow infiltration program to recapture capacity, including the use of incentive for sump pump disconnection. Mr. Whiteman.
We have an RFP going out later this summer. So that's on the cards.
The RFP goes out in the summer. When would we expect the program, the program to be in place? Or the study to be complete, maybe?
I would say late fall this year.
January 25. Go ahead, CEO.
No, I agree with the timing. What I wanted to do is emphasize the importance of this analysis. We have a challenge with respect to our wastewater plant and the capacity that we have in place. And I'm going to go off the top of my head here. I shouldn't, but I'm going to. We have an ECA that says that we're allowed to utilize so many cubes per day. And I'm going to say it's 4,600. And that might be right, might not be right, but let's say it's 4,600. We've been tracking on an annual basis, on average about $3,000 or so. And we're trying to drive that $3,000 average back to 25. And we're doing that by identifying problem areas within our system. I'll call a loose system or a leaky system. And if we can tighten that up, our system up, we can claw back some of that capacity. And as a result of that, we can elongate the useful life of our wastewater plant. Makes some sense to me if we spend a few dollars to try and claw, let's say we can claw back 500 cubes and extend the useful life of that plant by 3, 4, 5 years-ish. So very important initiative. We're just getting on with it. I'm very much looking forward to the results and the recommendations that come out of that at the end of the day.
In January 2024, I said 25, but it's January 2024, correct? Yeah, thank you. Everyone okay with that? Water modeling infiltration study, when will that be complete?
Best answer I have right now is ongoing. I think it ties into my earlier comments about sustainability plan for on water. So that's my best answer at the moment.
So we don't need to have a water modeling infiltration study. Is that what you're saying?
No, we need a water modeling study.
You want me to circle back to this?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah, I can come back to it. Design and construct wastewater treatment system identified in the EA. So why don't we just say design? And we'll deal with construct after we have a design in our hands. And when can we expect that to be done?
Fall of 2024.
October? November?
October.
And I've added complete a road needs study, Public Works, November 2023, because I heard that that's true. And I just want to go back to the water wastewater fee study. Is that in here anywhere in the strategic plan? Did we talked? I thought we talked about it, but I'm not sure if I saw it.
I thought it was on the first page, but it is not.
When will it be done?
We're going to start working on it now for completion in 2024. Let's set the goal for the end of 2024 so we can set the new fees for 2025.
So I'm putting December 2024, knowing that it will be likely sooner because you'll want it in the budget before then. Develop a water wastewater fee study. And at that point, you'll discuss the concept of impost fees for water and wastewater, and we can circle back to that when we get that study. Fair enough? Okay. Sorry, I want to circle back then to complete a water modeling study. Is that something we're doing? It is something we're doing. When will that study be complete?
Yeah, Greg Galloway's been working away at it for some time, and it was really under the auspices of the manager of environmental services, Scott Poole. And I haven't been too much party with it recently, so I'm not sure the outcome of it. But we have identified different water pressure zones that need to be considered in developing certain parts of the municipality. So, but I'm not sure what
So
Yeah.
this is not an infiltration study. This is water modeling,
This is water
correct?
modeling,
So
yeah, much why infiltration's on there.
I'm not sure either. I'm removing the word infiltration. It shows up in the actual inflow and infiltration study, so that's fine. We're completing a water modeling study. It's ongoing. There is a goalpost. We just don't know what it is because we don't have the staff person in the room. Council, we will trust staff to put the accurate deadline date here because we know there will be a deadline. So Bob, I'm counting on you to find out when that is and when you're putting this all together to add that date there for council's consideration when we get this back in our hands. So last page, which is page 12 of 11, if that isn't interestingly enough. I get it. Develop a land and habitat preservation policy. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Bob, for putting together so many of the different aspects of environmental policy and sustainability plans. To contextualize this entire page, environmental policy and sustainability planning really involves 5 major areas. There's mitigation, which is reducing our impact and avoiding future costs by, let's stop breaking it so that we don't have to fix it later. Which involves a lot of policy and honestly also a lot of retrofits in order to reduce not just our climate impact in terms of CO2 emissions, but also other environmental issues in terms of pollution and land use planning and things like that, to make sure that we are not actually undermining ourselves in the community by destroying our natural assets, which again is where we have to identify and evaluate our assets in order to determine what we need to protect. Then there's adaptation, which is the things that are already broken, how do we adapt to them? So for example, the feds just released a new strategy that all of the provinces bought into, and it includes air conditioners for people who are experiencing a heat wave and can't open their windows to get fresh air because there's too much smoke outside. These things are part of our lives now. We need to adapt. There's no going back to not having smoke days. So with that in mind, what do we need to do to adapt to worsening conditions? And that includes a lot of public safety stuff. Are we resilient in the case of another 100-year storm like we had twice in the last 5 years? Are we capable of maintaining our electricity if for some reason there's a major outage somewhere or a tornado takes down transmission lines or something like that? Do we have local capacity? Those types of things. There's remediation, fixing what's broken. Lower Trent has been doing that for a long time with the Bay of Quinte Remediation Action Plan, BQ-RAP. They've been at that for over a decade. So sometimes we need to actually do a lot of work. Sudbury is a great example. They took a place that was actually used for training for astronauts to see what the moon looks like back in the 60s, and they turned it back into a viable natural environment. So remediation is part of it. Conservation, again, identifying and protecting your natural assets is part of it. And then there's development, including having standards for new development, such as can we build to net zero standards? Can we build for active transportation rather than more cars, et cetera, et cetera. But then there's also things like the possibility of bringing in energy projects. I keep telling people I'd love to see us explore pumped storage as an opportunity for Brighton. But also, of course, wind farm, solar, all of those things. All of these things put together is what you might find under the umbrella of a sustainability plan. But it does include energy and ecosystem restoration and conservation, climate change strategy, sustainable transportation, policy and planning, and then, of course, making sure it's integrated not just with Parks and Rec Master Plan, but also with the official plan and the transportation plan and all of the other things. So all of these things are important. I couldn't say where to begin. And that's the challenge and why I keep suggesting we look to expertise to determine where to get started on this. And to have capacity within our staff for figuring out which of these puzzle pieces goes into place first and which one follows up, how to do it in a coordinated way. Our Environmental Sustainability Committee had good conversations about this and about how can we as a handful of volunteers actually exercise this level of oversight? Well, we can't really. And is there anyone on our current staff who has not just the planning or public works expertise, but also the environmental expertise, the project management expertise, the grant writing expertise? Can we get a full package person? Those people do exist. I see a hand.
Can I interrupt just for a moment, Jeff? You're doing fine. What about Northumberland County? Where are they? There's a lot of this should be all under their umbrella as well with us, but they have the resources, they have the people, they have the, shouldn't they be taking the lead on this?
They do not actually have the resources or people as it stands. The last time Jennifer Moore was in this chamber, she said that they were going to work on that. They had money in the budget to hire someone. I can say that there are municipalities with less than a quarter of our population that do have a person for this, simply because they've acknowledged not only how complex it is, but also how much outside resources are available to the person who can write the grants for it.
Well, I think our upper tier should be taking the lead on it, and then we should be ready in there to support them and work towards that at some point. It's until this would require a lot of time, a lot of work, and it would take a full department to put this together.
Most municipalities of our size who are moving in this direction do have a person. Large municipalities have an entire department. And the ones that do find that they have incredible cost savings in their public works department, for example, because in Vancouver, they're realizing that by planting the right trees on their streets, they're actually reducing the wear on their wastewater system or their stormwater systems, et cetera. So there's a lot of savings to be found. There's a lot of other resources to be found. And you're right that it does take a lot of work, and that we would love to see leadership from the county level. But as I said earlier, the county brought in the natural assets inventory company to do the county forest a couple of years ago, and they didn't bother to do anything for the rest of us. So there's a lot that needs to happen at the lower tier level that the county up to now has not taken any responsibility for. I'm not sure that we can afford to wait for them to do so.
I will say that is why I think this county council, the mayors across Northumberland, are pushing very hard for better services to the lower tier at the county level. And I hope that we don't get resistance from county staff in getting that done. Councillor Fredis.
To the chair, thank you. My sense after having gone through 12 of the 11 pages is that many of these things we've incorporated into other strategic initiatives, official plans, secondary plans, and that sort of stuff. The one in here I don't see really reflected, and I'm a little troubled by, is Sustainable Transportation Plan, installation of EV infrastructure. My perspective is that the feds and the provinces and the automotive industry are driving us all to EVs, and you need a charging infrastructure to support it. There's no incentive from the oil companies to do it, and there is not a significant amount of federal or provincial money to pay for this infrastructure, so it's being offloaded to municipalities. We're going to become, if this happens, the Exxon for EV energy, and it's going to pose a cost burden long term that maybe we can't sustain. So maybe this is something that we need to be looking at. It's a good issue, Jeff. Maybe we should be looking at it in terms of pushback, so that it's the federal provincial governments that are paying for that EV infrastructure. I mean, we can install it, we can collect the revenue and turn it over, but I don't think we should bear the capital burden. I mean, it's costing us $40,000 to put 2 EV stations just over by the Sobeys lot. Well, in 2030, when the United States and by virtue of them controlling the automotive market in North America, their target's to be 50% EV. We'll be in the same boat. The gas stations here are not going to be able to survive. I don't see them coming up with the money to convert their gas pumps to EV chargers. Who's going to pay for it?
If I may, I drove to Kingston yesterday and saw EV charging stations at every en route. There is an EV charging station. No, sorry, I was going to say there's one at our Shell station in Brighton. There isn't, but I see them frequently. They're becoming increasingly popular, but most EV users do charge at home. One of the benefits to that is not just that it's cheaper for people to charge their vehicles at home, but also that their battery storage becomes it increases the capacity and resilience of the entire energy grid, because that energy can flow both ways. There have been examples of people who survived through a week of frozen Texas, heating their entire home from their F-150 Lightning. Now, the cost-benefit analysis on an EV is that even with the higher sticker price, the lower operating costs actually make it cheaper overall to have the electric vehicle, and there's greater capacity for a work truck because they have enough energy on truck to power all of their tools. So it's a huge cost savings in the long run, and by long run I mean 3 to 5 years. So it's not even much of a long run. Now, in terms of what we want for EV charging stations, the two spots in the municipal lot next to Sobeys are there largely to draw people down from the highway, say this is a great place to stop, charge up, shop at our stores for a few minutes. But on the whole, our goal is not to convert every vehicle in the world to EVs, although Canada has a 2035 target saying no more internal combustion engines after that date. So it's not a question of if we will need these charging stations. It's a question of how soon can we get them. But our goal is not to get every vehicle that currently exists to be an EV. Our goal is to have transportation in the most sustainable ways possible. And in that really ultimately means fewer vehicles altogether. And so it's an even higher priority to have a more walkable community than it is to have more EV charging stations. And that's in everyone's economic and health benefit.
That was a really good discussion, gentlemen. Thank you. So, Councillor Wheeldon, would you suggest that these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 policies would be, or strategies would be included in a sustainability plan?
They can be. They're all different facets of it that facilitate those 5 sort of areas that I mentioned: mitigation, adaptation, remediation, conservation, and development. All of these are necessary in order to do that well. And I would say that if you want to call it some places call it a sustainability plan, some call it a climate action plan. I like the climate change strategy, but it's ultimately much broader than just about climate change. So to say a sustainability strategy, to develop and implement a sustainability strategy within this council term is the resolution that the committee brought 2 days ago. And
we more or less have endorsed that here, prepare a sustainability plan, right? So,
yes, I do want to be cautious because there is a specific term in the planning world about sustainability plan. And I don't want to imply that that's the exact same thing.
Should we change that to environmental sustainability plan?
Well, I think we are required to have a sustainability plan in the planning sense anyway, and this is something different that we also want to implement. So we could add
that.
Develop and implement an environmental sustainability plan, and I want to say January 26, and have it be inclusive of these things.
Go ahead, CEO. Well, on January 26th, 2026. Does anyone else have a birthday on January 26th? I'm just curious. January 2026. Sir John A. Macdonald, that Scottish guy. Oh, it might be Robbie Burns Day. Yeah, it's right around there. Yeah, I think it might be somewhere around there though. I don't know. I just do a poem to a haggis and have a good meal. So, what's the responsible department? Planning? Public Works with ESAC?
We had a brief discussion about that, and planning seems to be the most appropriate of the departments, but it is really its own department,
right?
But planning is probably the best place for it
now.
Yeah.
For now. So I'm going to put planning and then ESAC, the Environmental Sustainability Committee, in brackets as well.
And Mayor, you can probably include Public Works because for climate change, there's going to be some infrastructure implications.
I think you just like to share. Okay. Does that cover this by adding that?
It can, yeah. And I mean, I lack the expertise to say which of these is which priority. So
Well, and that may come out and say, listen, we've done this, but you also now need to do one of these three things, right? So,
exactly.
We've done X, Y, Z over here, but it doesn't incorporate a ecosystem restoration conservation plan, and you need to do that too. Right?
Yes, and I'm quite certain that there are more things that should be on the list.
I'm sure you're right. Okay. We made it through all 12 out of 11 pages. I'm very impressed. Thank you all. Is there anything we've missed? Is there anything we should consider before we move on?
I have a question.
Of course you do.
And I'm
I wouldn't.
I'm going back to, once again, our 2019 strategic plan. So old stuff. One of the strategies was then, and I'm going to ask this for this whole strategic review team and some of the public input that I don't have all of. But we had a strategy: engage with members of the community effectively and more frequently. Now, I think the idea of engaging the community in this was really great. Was there a reason? Did you find that there was no importance to kind of add that strategy again?
I don't think we parsed away the 2019 or the 2021 refresh, did we? No. So it was not kept or removed through any purposeful reason. Go ahead, CAO.
So I'll just jump in here. And certainly back in 2019, we had what I'll refer to as a pretty rudimentary strat plan, which identified the development of strat plan number one, and then reporting out of the CAO on how we're doing on a quarterly basis. So for me, if you're going to have a strat plan and you're going to ask me to report out to the community, it's a report card. Every quarter, it's a report card. We said we had public consultation to develop the strat plan. We told the community what we're going to do, and we're reporting out on a quarterly basis. How are we doing? It's a bit of a report card. So for me, that's public engagement, and that's why it's not necessarily in. As you know, I've taken out strategic planning because we're doing it. It's a normal course. I've taken out quarterly reporting by me to council and the community because it's a normal course right now. It's no longer a strategic initiative. It's just an operational item that we do in the normal course. So you see some subtle changes in that regard.
Go ahead.
I didn't realize that we had left it out, and I'd love to keep it in, but I do want to say that it is going well when it comes to the feedback from the public through our engagement. In the strengths section, what does the municipality do well? Number one was that we have an excellent public library, no question. Number two is that mayor and councilors are active and engaged. Number three was Applefest. Applefest is great. Number four was that we give opportunity for community input and involvement. We support charitable initiatives through grants and PR, always available to answer questions and concerns, supports local festivals and associations, Communication and social media was mentioned, proactive, administrative customer services and communication, staff are helpful, not too many scandals these days. These were the feedback that we got. So the goal of communicating well has been seen, heard, and reflected back. Thank you for that.
There you go, Ben, for the sign in Brighton, you could be scandal-free since, and then you pick a date. Be careful. Be careful, right? Yeah, exactly. 0 days since last scandal. All right. Are we happy? Are we relatively happy? Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy. Succession planning.
Yeah.
Is that covered off anywhere in here?
So I would suggest to you that's not a council strategic priority, but
Okay.
I know it is a staff priority. And Mr. Castleman, since we're here and asking, why don't you speak to it?
So the answer is absolutely a staff priority. We have an aging workforce. I'm going to say off the top of my head, we have 40% of our workforce, 40 to 50% of our workforce age 55 plus. So we're going to see some significant changes over the course of the next 0 to 5 years. You're going to see a whole new team. You're probably not going to see this team, maybe that team over there, but most of the team is going to be gone, quite frankly. And am I concerned about succession planning? Do I spend time looking at? You bet. And are we trying to develop a game plan for the future of this municipality and how the organization is going to pivot from here to here, and what skills that we have today versus what skills we need in the future? You bet. That's why we do org reviews every once in a while and try and pivot on a go-forward basis.
I thought that I would ask simply because we have a lot of things going on in the next 2, 3, 4 years, and that succession plan will impact these dates and how hard and fast we need to consider keeping them, if that makes sense.
Do we want to include that kind of thing in here, or I guess nothing's ever a given. Don't make assumptions. Go ahead, Bob.
So I agree with Ron. Yeah, from my perspective, it's a normal operational item that we have to look at on an ongoing basis. Is it a strategic initiative? Not for me, because it's just part of the normal work plan.
And we will have HR policies updated and new HR policies coming forward. I would anticipate that Manager Smith would want to include something like that. So I'm sure we will see something come forward, and I'm going to make a little note to remind our CIO that we said this quite publicly. We're good. So coming out of this, CAO, I guess you'll update the words that we've used tonight in terms of the deadlines and additions, etc. The other request was to change where things lie in terms of the headers and to marry them up with the headers used in Ms. White's report, so that we have synergy between the consultant's report and our actual strategic plan when it comes out. So we'll see that come forward. When would you be able to report out? Yeah.
So firstly, great session and very interactive and very helpful for me, quite frankly. My thought process is, where do we go from tonight? Well, you know what? We had strategic initiatives. We've made some changes. I'll go about making the changes that you guys or council has asked me to. And then what I'm thinking about next step, the logical next step, is to circle back to our committee, because there's still a little bit of work to be done from my perspective. We can nail down the strategies, great, but then we got to talk. I'm not sure where we are from a mission, vision, SWOT analysis. I think we need to tighten that up. And I think that we need to come up with a draft amongst that committee so we can be comfortable amongst the 3 or 4 or 5 of us, whatever number that's on the committee, and then eventually bring that back to the council for their consideration. I know it's important. I know that you're trying to get the strat plan in place pre-budget for next year so that we can incorporate some of the initiatives. So I'm suggesting, we have to be cognizant of vacation and where people are going to be over the course of the next little bit. I'm hopeful that we have a report in front of council sometime in September, because then we're going to be nicely into the budget process. We'll have the priorities in place. So I'll try and find out when people are not on vacation over the course of the next little bit, set a time aside and get together and try and figure it out. That's sort of the next logical steps as I see it.
So question on number 2 then is, there was some talk about making sure we storyboarded this publicly before we brought it to council. Do we want to make sure we meet as a strategic planning team in advance of that? Or I guess we should. So we should. Never mind. I take it all back. So I've got a motion that we receive this. We don't need to add anything else. We know the plan is to bring it to the strategic planning review team sometime in July. Is council comfortable, if this strategic planning team is comfortable with where we are, then taking what we've done tonight to the public? Or would you rather it come to council first?
I think council should see what we should see it in its final draft or state before taking it to the public.
Super.
When we see it in its final form, it will show up on the agenda, which will be public. I guess the question is, how long do we want to have that available to the public before we finalize it?
Through you,
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, we can throw it out there for a couple, 3 weeks, whatever we like, to get some ancillary input before we finalize it. That could be done just in the normal course. All those discussions we're going to have at the committee level to try and say, okay, here's the implementation strategy. How are we going to involve the public on a go-forward basis?
Well, and the reality is, if we can get the strategic plan review team to take a look at this sometime, in the next 6 weeks or so, I mean, hopefully we can do that. We can get a quick report in front of council for the August meeting, and then maybe get things out in front of the public in advance of September. Although summer's a terrible time to take anything to the public because no one's ever around. So, but even if we have something in front of council for the second meeting in September, I think would be okay.
Yeah, I agree with that.
So we're comfortable? Motion before me is it's moved by Councillor Wright, seconded by Councillor Freda, that the Committee of the Whole receive the CAO report, Corporate Strategic Plan, Draft Strategies for Information. Is there any discussion? Those in favor? Being none opposed, that motion is carried. I buried the agenda somewhere. And there's no one here from the public. I assume there's no one on Zoom to join us, so there is no questions. We have no in-camera session this evening. So this Committee of the Whole meeting